All the public.
People.
We are going to call this meeting of the City Plan Commission to order. Today is Tuesday, March 19th. It is 4:51 PM. We'll start with a roll call. Go around. Noel Sanchez.
Will Sherry.
Dave Caldwell.
Shoyan Mandrakar, DPD staff.
Bob Azar, DPD staff.
Sharon Garner, legal counsel.
And I'm Michael Gazdaco, chair. We will roll into the approval of the minutes from the February 20th, 2024 meeting. You all should have received them prior to this meeting. Hopefully you had a chance to review. If anyone has any edits, please share them now. If not, we'll take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? The minutes carry. Director's report.
Well, as you can see on the agenda, we've got the land use section of comprehensive plan that we'll be discussing tonight. So there will be a lot of information from staff a little bit later. So I say we just move on with the agenda.
Wonderful. With that, we'll roll into the first item on the agenda. It's a request for extension, case number 23-006 UDR 797 Academy Avenue.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And the applicant is requesting a one-year extension of the validity of this plan in order to complete some actions that were required for final plan approval.
Thank you, Tron. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Julissa, for those who do not know me yet. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. As you know, the applicant is actually the mother of a local developer, Louis Vicioso. He's been before you guys numerous times. I just want to give that context. So what's happening here is, unfortunately, his father passed away recently, and so it's been very difficult to pursue certain permits and to actually get those conditions going of converting the existing property into a single family, which is one of the conditions of the preliminary approval. And so he's been in and out of Dominican Republic to address those family matters. So we're just asking for that one-year extension so that we can go ahead and meet those conditions.
So this was a subdivision that didn't quite meet the 10,000 square foot, and you needed to demolish a garage and a single family. Is that, am I remembering it correctly?
I do not recall having to demolish the garage.
Yeah, they needed to convert a two-family and all into one family.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
Yep, and to my knowledge, he has pulled a permit or two. Do I recall to what extent he has been able to do any completion with that? I don't believe it's to that point yet, but he is doing what he needs to do in order to get the ball rolling on this, and so that is why we're asking for that extension. Yep.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Let's hear the staff, or there's no staff report.
Yeah, we just recommend that you grant the extension of validity for 1 year.
Okay, it's a public meeting, so we'll take public comment on this agenda item. We don't have to? Okay, then perfect. We won't take public comment on this one. Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we grant the 1 year extension.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Tell them best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go right into the second item on the agenda. It's a city council referral. It's referral number 3573, 239 Cranston Street.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a request to rezone the subject lot from R3 to C2. The subject building is located in the R3 zone, but has operated as a medical facility for a number of years. So the applicant is seeking the zone change in order to make that use conforming and also to allow for its expansion. So applicants are here and they can tell us more.
Hello,
Chair, members of the board, my name is Jennifer Cervenka, and I'm counsel to the Providence Community Healthcare Centers. I'm here with our VP of Site Operations, Ralph Chartier, and I'm also here with our project engineer, Chris Shea. I was told that I should sign into a Zoom to put up our plans. And I don't.
You know,
Don't have,
it's
not necessary?
yeah, why
Okay.
don't you just go ahead and describe it, and I can
Sure. Okay.
probably project something up on the screen that'll
Okay,
help.
Thank you very much. So we're at 239 Cranston Street, and we refer to this as the PCHC Central. It's one of 12 locations throughout the city. It's an existing medical office building. It's been there since, we believe, the mid 1970s. It's in an R3 zone, so it's non-conforming by zone. We would like to have it changed to a commercial 2 zone, which is a general commercial. It's in a mixed use area, so there's to the east and to the south, it's surrounded by C2 zone. Is that correct? And then to the north and to the west, it's a residential zone. So it's kind of right in the middle of that transition area, if you will. But again, it's an existing commercial use that's been there since the 1970s. And we are seeking this change because we'd like to do a small expansion to the east of the building. And it's about 3,300 square feet. It would consist of, is it about 10, at about 10 exam rooms, 10 exam rooms. There would be additional landscaping, improvement of the sidewalk along, is it Brigham Street? And it would basically go in where you see all those cars parked. It would replace that parking lot area. And then off the back of that, so towards the north, there would be 6 parking spaces put in that would face the expanded building. As part of the overall project, the cars that line up along the northern residential border, that would be eliminated. That would be a 2-way zone. I don't need to take over all your, but I'm just kind of generally describing what we want to do. And we went for our DPR committee review in October of last year. We got a conditional approval. And the condition being that we would get the zone change. And the belief was that it was a positive thing because it would become a more conforming both by use and dimension property. So the use would then be appropriate for a general commercial zone. And I think on the dimensions, I'll have Chris address that a little bit, but it's a build out and then more transparency with the first floor. I'm gonna just pass that to you to describe those changes.
Okay. The building, if it were rezoned to a C2 zone, it does not meet the zoning requirements for the 0 to 5 build to zone, but it's an existing non-conformance. So by adding the addition, we're bringing the building closer to Brigham Street, thereby reducing the non-conformance. So that's an improvement. Also, there are no windows on the Cranston Street side. And with the addition, there's some windows that are being added actually not only to the new building, but to the old building. So increased fenestration. Again, it did not meet the zoning requirements for fenestration. But the new building actually reduces that non-conformance. There's also additional, as Jen mentioned, that there's additional landscaping improvements being made, landscaping along Brigham Street, along the residential boundary. And even actually recently, we've added some screening in the green space area along Cranston Street, which I think the city would appreciate that improvement. So yeah, there's our plan. The existing building is roughly 8,000 square feet. The expansion is roughly 3,000, replacing the existing parking lot. And the 6 parking spaces are within the existing paved area. As Jen mentioned, all the parking, the parallel parking that was along the residential boundary is removed so as to provide two-way, safer two-way traffic in and out of the 6 parking spaces. The remainder of the parking lot on the west side remains unchanged.
Yeah, and then, on the southeastern corner, there's an existing tree with a well that we're also going to redo. Is that correct? And then add 3 more trees along with the other vegetation.
We're adding trees in conformance with zoning, and we're repairing the sidewalks in along Bridgham where we have utility cuts and also where the sidewalk is in disrepair.
So your curb cuts are solely, it's only on Bridgham Street? There's a Cranston Street curb cut, isn't
There's a
there?
Cranston Street curb cut. There's actually where there's no curb cut on Bridgham, there is no curb cut intended.
Okay,
So access would be in and out of Cranston Street to those 6 parking spaces, what I would consider in the back.
and there's no curb cut,
No new curb cut on Bridgham.
and no curb cut to Hammond, Durfee, Harrison
Yeah.
Street?
Yeah.
Okay. And I see the new landscaping, against your residential buffer on that side. Have you thought of any additional landscaping along the residential street behind you,
mean on the-
Durfee, on the backside, the Durfee, Hammond, Harrison area?
It was sort of outside of the work area.
Okay,
I will defer to Ralph on that. The one thing that we noticed that there are two stockade fences along the residences. They're in disrepair. PCHE has already been in contact with at least one of the neighbors. They're appreciative of those fences being replaced, and PCHC will be putting in new stockade fence as well as the landscaping.
okay. Other commissioners?
I just was gonna ask the same thing, because there's usually been a pass-through from the back street to Cranston Street. Both, well, I think walking mostly, but sometimes I know cars have gone through there. So some kind of a permanent block would probably be good there.
Yeah, there's been like a guardrail at some times, like a highway guardrail, and it's been in disrepair, and that's a residential neighborhood in the back. Full disclosure, I have a house on Harrison Street, not too far from there. And so I traverse this area frequently on foot and in car. And that's kind of like one of the less appealing corners, of that residential corridor, behind you. So if you consider doing anything additional on that area, and especially to prohibit, vehicular traffic in and out of your site, it would be greatly
Would it
appreciated.
be okay? Yeah, would it be okay if those improvements were within the right of way? Because that is, you can see the,
We can't,
yeah,
approve
I
that.
think that's part of the problem is if you look at the boundary, the blue line is our property boundary. And,
Oh, and your curb
Yeah.
line is behind that. Oh,
and again, there's some paving that's happening really already in the.
yeah, and different levels of repair. Yeah. Okay, yeah, if there's stockade fence and some landscaping to some degree, that would be great. Do you by chance know the zoning of Aaron Briggs, is that R3 also? Currently,
Hold on, I have the.
next door,
It is.
just to the west of this
Yes,
parcel?
it is.
Okay,
It's right here. This is our.
because that's a multifamily unit also that should be a commercial zone, not an R3. I mean, it's obviously those are both commercial uses on that block right there that face Cranston Street, and it's surrounded by commercial uses, so I don't see any issue. I'm pleased that we'd be bringing this into conformance. All right. Other commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant?
So with the elimination of the parking, I mean, what are your demands now for parking? I'm assuming this is parking intensive because people are gonna see, a doctor, come in and out. And I know that sometimes the Cranston Street side, there's people that seem to park there to go to the facility as is.
the parking that, even after the addition with, so the 11,000 square foot building, the net parking exceeds the requirements for an 11,000 square foot zone,
Right.
11,000 square foot building.
Another
Yeah.
110 spaces.
Yeah, I guess my question is more in terms of what your actual usage is. I mean, it gets pretty filled now.
I mean, I would defer to you, but I've never seen it full.
No?
Even like during the day, it's been busy at times, but I've never seen it full.
So I
Yeah,
guess,
and I think because it's so, fluctuates, you know.
Can you use the microphone? Just use the microphone because we have other people at home listening
I think
today.
just because it fluctuates so much, not everyone comes at once, right? And
Mhm.
sort of how the appointments are timed out. So it seems like it sort of levels itself through the waves,
okay,
except for right after lunch when people wanna
right,
run in to get the best spot, but.
okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, other commissioners, questions for the applicant? All right, let's hear the staff report.
Sure, Mr. Chair, and as you saw, that this area is one where the R3 zone is directly adjacent to the C2 zone. And there are a number of commercial uses as well as multifamily in the vicinity. So based on that, as well as the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, which intends this area for one where neighborhood commercial as well as medium density residential is in proximity, we find that it would be appropriate for you to make a positive recommendation to the council to approve this change, finding that it is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you, Choyan. This is a public meeting, so we will take public comment at this time. If you're here for City Council Referral 3573, 239 Cranston Street, please come up front. We'll make a line here. And if you're joining us online, virtually in our virtual living room, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. All right, we have no one signed up and no one has raised their hand online. So we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. I don't think there's too much to discuss here. It's pretty common sense referral. I only wish it actually encompassed the next door neighbor also, because that's an existing non-conforming use in an R3 as well. But that's not what's in front of us today.
Just in regards to what you just mentioned about the neighboring property, in the past, we have looked at that as a potential proposal to talk to that owner to see if they'll bring it into conformance.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a.
There's usually more properties, it's usually like there's like 3 properties we're dealing with and there's one
Who
additional,
operates
but
Briggs? Is that a public or a private operator?
I think it's a private nonprofit.
Okay. It's my polling place. So,
You could, in your recommendation to the council, you could
Mhm.
suggest that that adjacent property be rezoned as well.
and Aaron Briggs Manor.
Right, 'cause it'll bring it all the way to the armory.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
So
it makes
basically, yeah,
sense.
the whole block.
It would be that block
Mhm.
from Bridgham to Dexter.
Right.
It makes sense. So I would be supportive of that recommendation to the city council, not just supportive of this, but also looking at Aaron Briggs next door.
Yeah.
Wouldn't care to make a motion at this point. I think we're ready.
Make a motion that we, recommend the city council approve change of zoning requested.
And would you like, there's a motion on the table. Would you like to modify or add to it?
Yeah, and add in the parcel next door, so going from Dexter to
To Bridgham.
Bridgham.
Is that good enough for you? Shannon, you got it?
Yeah.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Miguel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Best of luck at city council. All right, we'll roll into the agenda item number 3, which is a minor subdivision with Unified Development Plan Review. It's a public hearing for case number 23-054 UDR 53 Pomona Avenue. Oh,
All right.
we've seen this one before.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this has been continued from the January meeting. And you've seen it before, and part of the reason why it was continued was due to the presence of a significant tree on the area where the applicant is proposing to create a new lot. And that, part of the reason that continuation was requested was to allow for some resolution of that issue. And as the applicant will talk to you, they have spoken to the city forester, who has made certain findings, positive findings related to removal of the tree. So they can tell you about that, and then we can go through the subdivision.
Attorney Gary, I hear you're pleased with the new city forester.
I am, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrahy on behalf of the applicant, Michael Kelly. Let me say, we were here, we made our presentation the last time. One of the abutting owners testified at the last hearing. She now has acquired an attorney who is here to make a request of you. And he wants to make that request before we make our presentation, so.
If I may, Mitchell Edwards, for an abutter, Diana Arcan. I'm an attorney with Hinckley Allen. I was just retained to represent her in this matter. And I asked, if I may, for a 1-month continuance so that I can get up to speed on the matter. I understand I spoke to Mr. Garrahy for the first time about this just before this meeting. He explained to me that there was a record previously that had not been closed. And I simply asked for a 1-month extension. I understand Mr. Garrahy did get some additional time, I believe a few months to do what he needed to do. And he has done that, and asked on behalf of Ms. Arcan for 1 month so that we can then prepare and be heard 1 month from this meeting.
I'm assuming, Attorney Gary, that you don't condone that, or wouldn't agree to that, as a part of your timetable.
Not as, certainly not as part of my timetable.
Okay.
And usually I'd be conducive to general continuances. I will say this matter has been around for a long time.
I agree with you.
And it took some effort to get here on our part. We would have been prepared on the February meeting, but because we had to continue it in January, we continued it to March. So I would not certainly want it on my time. The clock is ticking, as you may understand, so they don't want to put it on my time. I generally would prefer, my client would prefer to go forward this evening with it. We have the letter from the city forester, but I'll leave it at that.
And you're objecting, obviously, to this petition.
Yes,
So you're understanding that if we do a favorable decision for you this evening, it's probably going to be appealed.
I'm not sure I understand that question, Mr.
So
Chairman.
instead of continuing it and discussing it with the objector, you want us to hear your case, and should we find and approve your application, it's likely to be appealed by the objector. You're okay with that instead of continuing it?
You're asking me.
Yeah.
I gather, he has the right to appeal no matter what happens.
Absolutely.
I prefer to go forward. I understand that, you want to perhaps give him the opportunity to review the case. He's only recently been.
Can you give us
But I
just a
shouldn't be
minute?
I shouldn't be prejudiced.
I
by the
agree.
fact that he's just coming on to it.
Give us a minute. Let's look at the time clock on this and see where it stands, and just give us a minute to come back to that, okay?
So while Choyan is looking up when this was filed and when it was heard first, the important number is 65 days. Once we have and actually, Choyan, it would be from certificate of completeness. So a certain amount of time has already elapsed. That clock stopped when the applicant requested a continuance. And now, if you continue it without the applicant's agreement, then the clock will continue to tick. And I want to throw something out there. This property is 321 feet shy, 321 square feet shy of being a fully compliant subdivision. It is a candidate for administrative modification. I believe it was approved for administrative modification. It was not.
Because there's an objector.
I know there was an objector.
There wasn't, I believe it's his client.
It was not approved. It was filed. It was filed
Modification.
as modification. There was an objection. Okay, so, I mean, to Attorney Edwards, this is about as close to an as of right subdivision as there is.
And I feel for you coming in at this stage of the game, but this application is not new. And the objector has been aware of this petition, obviously. So I don't know how I feel about giving you a little extra time. I mean, in fairness to the applicant, it's.
Over it, it goes out another month, so we don't have one.
Do we know what the zoning is?
Because I think we're gonna have to so the building. What the objection is.
Well, yeah, that was the plan, and then for the health. There is room for the single family.
Okay, so about 9 days have elapsed between when this was certified complete and when the first hearing was. So you've got some time. You can go an extra month on this.
What does our docket look like next month?
Full,
Yeah.
very full. Every docket, every month is very
It's
full.
full, yes. Yes, Noah.
The zoning in this property is what?
R2.
And is it a single family home that you're proposing to build?
Two family.
Two family.
With access from the other street.
Right.
Yeah, my piece was at, January, December.
And then we just continue.
So you have the record. There's been expert testimony in this.
Mr. McHugh testified on behalf of the applicant. We've heard the entire case. We continued it at the request of the applicant because of the city forester's determination at the time. It was his last day on the job and he was unable to show up at the meeting because he was already gone from that position. So Attorney Garrett, he wished to look into the new forester's opinion of the situation, but we had already heard a full record of this matter, and we were fine with it until the city forester was not. And now that the city forester's opinion has changed, which Attorney Garrett, he's likely to tell us now, and we saw the letter because it's part of this package. I don't know that I see a reason to continue this. I think we should wrap this up. You're welcome to have time at the end of his presentation to make any argument or case. We're happy to give you a little bit of time tonight. But I just don't see us continuing this. All right. Unless another commissioner would like to put forward a motion. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Carry on,
thank
Attorney
you.
Gary.
So, as you indicated, the record is in. We've had, expert testimony from Michael McHugh with respect to the standards. Again, this is, 300 some feet short of being totally compliant. The R2, I'll just make reference to this is not an old subdivision. But under the new law, that if there was a lot in this area, an R2, even though it's undersized, it would be permitted by right if it was a substandard lot of record. So it's entirely appropriate. I have a couple of exhibits. I think you do have the letter from the forester that was provided. There are, by the way, and I'll make that part of the record. I think it might already be.
That was emailed to the commissioners. They're aware of that.
Right, and for the record, let me just note that there are the forester found these 3 other mature oak trees abutting the fence of the existing structure and they're gonna be preserved. So there was 4 mature trees on this property. One of them was, and I think we presented this as an exhibit, if not, I will as well, showing the tree, which is directly on where the proposed structure was going to be. We tried doing handstands to move the structure to avoid having to remove the tree. We were not able to do that. So I think this, again, is part of this record. The tree was added afterwards. I'm not sure it was a part of the record, but I will present that as part of the record. I will say that everybody, the forester, worked very, very hard and did their jobs in order to try to preserve that tree. And unfortunately, it's not able to be preserved, but there are 3 other mature trees on the property that will be preserved, as well as we will go above and beyond the canopy requirement as a result of moving this with respect to trees on this lot and street trees. So, I know, Mr. Edwards may be here and want to make that case. But the one thing I kept thinking of as I was, having this case before us and trying to resolve it was the giving tree. And I know, several of you may know this as from childhood, but that's what I kept thinking of. And the tree kept giving and giving and giving until he had nothing left but the stump. And the tree was happy when it was able to provide the stump. So this tree is going to be able to provide a home for 2 families in Providence. So, and the tree was happy. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my presentation. That may be a little bit corny. I'm sorry, but you know what? I've been thinking about this for a very long time.
Well, I appreciate many things of your presentation this evening. I appreciate that you did take the extra step to look and see if there were any other configurations at our request. I know the book well. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter, so we do read that book occasionally. Definitely a unique edition. Thank you, Attorney Gary. Commissioners, do you have any other questions of the applicant, finding now that the forester has written a letter that allows this to move forward? Okay, all right. Thank you, Attorney Gary. Before we open to public comment, I guess I would ask the objector if they would like to say anything first.
Briefly.
Well, actually, go ahead and sit there. I'm gonna have Troy read the staff report before you start, okay?
Of course.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair. And so we would go through the findings for the variance as well as the subdivision. So as for the variance, we do find that the applicant suffered a hardship due to the unique character of the lot, because as it is within 10% of the minimum for subdivision, they were objected to. We do find that their hardship is not due to a physical or economic disability and not due to any of their prior actions. We don't believe that granting this variance will alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the comprehensive plan, given that the size of the lot is within what the future land use map intends for this area. And finally, we find that denial of the requested relief would prevent subdivision of the lot, which we believe is more than a mere inconvenience. And so based on that, we do recommend that you approve the requested relief from the minimum lot size requirement. As for the minor subdivision, again, we do find that the subdivision will be in compliance with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, subject to you granting relief from the minimum lot size requirement. We do find that they will conform to the ordinance with no other dimensional relief required. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. As for the standard of the buildable lot, you did receive the letter from the city forester, who found that the presence of the tree did impede development of the lot. And so given his sanction to remove the tree, we do find that this lot will be buildable with no development constraints. And adequate street access would be provided from Pomona and Amity Street. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the preliminary plan pursuant to the dimensional relief being granted with the condition that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you, Troyan. So at this point, we will open the public comment portion of this agenda item, and we'll start off with, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Again, Mitchell Edwards for Diana Arcand, who is here with me this evening. Very, very briefly,
Is she going to say anything? This is zoning, so I'll have to swear her in.
She is not.
Okay, you're okay.
And if that changes, then obviously you'll be able to swear in. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage in that, and I know you understand this, I appreciate your ruling earlier that I haven't seen all the record. But let me just say a few things that I think are accurate. One, I don't believe there's been any engineering studies or analysis with respect to this project. And one of my client's chief concerns here is, as I understand it, the building's going to be approximately 6 feet from a wall that separates her property from the subject property. And her concern, in no small part, is how this might impact her property and whether it in fact is going to cause damage to her property. And there's been, as I understand it, no analysis to address that issue, which is a serious issue for the abutter here. Second, I don't believe there's been a traffic study with respect to the access to this property, which I believe is at a dead end. And so that too is a gap here that we would have liked to have been filled to make sure that this is appropriate. I have not, I appreciate also the reading of the satisfaction of the variance criteria. My understanding is that this is for financial gain. As I heard it, there's a two-family home to be built. So I also lastly will raise the city forester issue. In a perfect world, the city forester would be here and I'd be able to question him, or the panel commission, should be able to question him on what the change, there was a change, right? I understand that not only a change in foresters, but a change in opinion about whether the tree could be removed. And I haven't seen what was provided to the commission, but heard the discussion about it. But I'd like to be able to, and the commission should be able to explain why the change, other than the fact that there was a change in commissioners. Certainly my client has those questions. So we object formally to the project going forward for those reasons, and perhaps others if I examine the record. So I thank you for your time.
Okay, let's see. We may have a legal quandary here, so we're gonna have our attorney help us through this real quick.
Okay, pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 452456B, it does appear that we need to have the same members present during the hearings of any matter before the board. And then those same members need to vote on the matter. And when this was heard previously, there were different members of the board present. So not all the members here have heard the presentations up to this point on this matter. So we will need to continue the matter for a month.
Okay. So it looks like you're getting your continuance after all. Attorney Gary, do you have any opinions about this? Would you like to state anything on the record?
No, I guess I can't contest that. I would, as to who was here the last time.
Commissioner Verdi and Commissioner Lipschitz were both here. I think Commissioner Sherry was here along with myself. Anyone else? Is that it?
That's it, yeah.
In
So-
January was,
So Noel, Dave, and Miguel were not here. So we need we need a quorum of us four at least to be able to.
Unless you want to put a new case on.
Well, I prefer not to. I mean, I'll do that if that's necessary. I'm just wondering if the people that are not here today need to review the record of this meeting to make sure that they can vote at the next meeting.
That is correct. That is correct. And we will also have that placed on the record
Right.
when they are present.
And I know the stenographer has the record from the last time and will prepare it for the next meeting. Well, before the next meeting, so that it can be reviewed.
All hearings concerned, I don't know if they can just read the record. No, I mean, the hell is that? There's precedents.
I remember Mike McCune, but I don't remember the two things.
You know, out of an abundance of caution, we'll probably go over what you stated again next month when the other commissioners are present.
I'd be happy to do that.
It wasn't a lengthy,
No.
but please do bring the book back again. That was an integral part of your presentation. Are you requesting it or do we have to do it ourselves?
Well, it's
No
a-
pressure on
It's a legal impediment,
Yeah.
so, the timetable is indicated is, I'm requesting it, and to a date certain, because I understand you probably have to continue it to the date certain.
Oh, I'm not gonna be here next month. April 16th is the next scheduled city plan commission meeting, so we would be continuing the matter to April 16th, 2024 at the request of the applicant.
Could we just clarify who was here at the January meeting from the minutes? I thought I was here
On November. The presentation was made at the November meeting.
with Mike McHugh, right?
Yeah.
And so are those the people who need to be here, the people who were here in November?
Right.
Cause I think I've only missed last month's meeting.
Yeah, there were only 4 votes on this one, and it was Commissioners Verdi, Sherry, Lipschitz, and myself.
Right.
So we're going to, we're going to continue looking into how to read others into the record. But continuing it to a date certain of April 16th, which is the next city plan commission meeting. So if someone would care to make that motion.
Before I make that motion, point of clarification, so, because if next month they're not here, we can run into the same issue, unless we put in, something in the record, that people can review the recording from that date, and therefore they qualify, right?
We're looking into alternative ways to qualify other members of the commission. And
Right,
our legal counsel will help us with that.
okay.
All right.
So then I move to a continuance to the April 16th, meeting.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Go around. Noel,
Aye.
Will,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Charlotte,
I'm recusing myself because I wasn't here.
Miguel.
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, so we will go on to agenda item number 4. Which is a major land development project with Unified Development Plan Review. It's a public hearing for case number 24-005 UDR. It's 254 Westwood Avenue. The applicant is the city of Providence.
Sure, and commissioners, this is a request to combine master and preliminary plan approval to construct a middle school, which will be located direct adjacent to an elementary school on Marino Street that you had approved some time ago. So in reviewing this project, the applicant is also requesting certain variances as well as certain submission waivers that they will be telling you about. Those, to give you an idea, those variances deal with maximum building coverage, impervious surface coverage, setbacks, and parking. You will see that, request from relief from the canopy coverage will not be required, and the applicant will be telling you more about that. Similarly, the applicant is also asking for certain submission waivers. These include submission of all state approvals, a stormwater management plan, as well as a lighting and signage plan. And as they will tell you, they have submitted that lighting plan and will not be needing that waiver. So the applicant's here and they can tell you more about the project.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the commission, my name is Christopher Menahan.
Right up against the microphone.
Yeah, speak right into it because we have a lot of viewers at home tonight.
No, literally an inch from your mouth.
Good evening.
Yeah, that works.
Thank you,
Keep it
Mr.
in-
Chair.
Keep it there. Don't
Thank you,
move past
Mr.
it.
Chair, members of the commission. My name is Christopher Menahan. I'm with West Group Law. We're here tonight on behalf of the city of Providence, for major land development project approvals for the new Spaziano Middle School. I'm joined tonight by Justin Hopkins, who is an architect with Tecton, and Todd Ravenel, who's an engineer with GM2 Associates. We also have Joseph DeSanti of Downs Construction, who's here for comments and questions if necessary, as well as Brian LeMay of Providence Public School District. So as was said, the city tonight is seeking to combine master plan and preliminary plan approvals, requesting the approval of both, and also seeking a number of variances under UDR. Specifically variances as to maximum building lot coverage, total maximum impervious surface coverage, minimum interior side setback, minimum corner side setback, minimum rear setback, and bicycle parking spaces. And the city is also requesting to meet the vehicle parking off-site. And with that, I'll turn it over to Justin Hopkins.
Thank you. For the record, Justin Hopkins.
Yeah, let's swear in any witnesses because this is Unified Development Review.
Gentlemen, if you could both raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can state your name when you speak and spell it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Justin Hopkins, I'm an associate principal and project manager for Tecton Architects with offices in Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island. I am also a registered architect in the state of Rhode Island. We'd like to just go over a couple of the background information to kind of center you on this project as it relates to the Providence Public School District's overall master plan for the schools. We'd like to go through a little bit of the project history and summary, get into some site and building design. I'll turn it over to Todd for some of the site engineering items. And first of all, mic check. Can everybody hear me with this mic? Great. So a little bit of the project history. On the left, you'll see the 1939 aerial and then the most recent 2023 aerial. We're dealing with some existing Providence Public School infrastructure, specifically at this property, at the location of the former annex building. We recently completed a new elementary school called the Frank D. Spaziano Elementary School. Very pleased to report that this opened for students at the start of this past academic year. So we were before this commission for that particular project at that time. So what you're seeing north is up in this. It's oriented a little bit different in your packet where in order to kind of orient everything landscape in the drawings, north is to the left. However, true north indicated here, our site is situated between Laban Street and Eastwood Avenue on Marino Street. Laurel Hill Avenue, which is a block east, houses on the corner of Eastwood, in between Eastwood and Cleveland Street on Laurel Hill Avenue. That's where the original elementary school students were. We located them from that building to the new elementary school. Now, as part of the Providence Public Schools master plan, since we initiated that construction of the elementary school, we are now moving district-wide to a pre-K to 8 neighborhood school concept. So in some of the new projects that are coming up, you will be seeing singular or that student population housed in one school program. This particular project incorporates that demographic, that student population in a new middle school, which is the subject of this application. So if you think of this as a neighborhood school servicing a pre-K to 8 local neighborhood population, we are simply completing that initiative with this particular building. So a couple of the things from a district standpoint, this unites the pre-K to 8 school program. It streamlines bus and parent drop-off and pickup, allows for administrative and operational efficiencies with improved supervision, and it simplifies compliance with city zoning regulations. This was an early conceptual plan. North now is to the left of the screen. To the right is the existing elementary school. To the left, you'll see the new middle school. The goal of this project is to create our exterior educational space in the closed portions of Laban Street. So from the intersection of Marino and Laban to the property boundaries, we will be implementing a gate that can be closed for students to have hot top play. We will have green space towards the front of our middle school, or I should say the Laban Street side of the middle school, to help facilitate some of the open air play. So playscapes will be developed, green space will be developed. The goal is to keep Laban Street passable, but provide an operational closure of it, if you will, during the school day. So with that, this is a landscape plan that is a supplemental submission within your packet. You'll see where we've provided some pavers in between the proposed middle school and the existing elementary school to facilitate that administrative the administrative communication simply to be able to allow teachers, administrators to walk between buildings. We're also providing some painted graphics to support some hot top play. And within the lawn space or the green space between the middle school and Laban Street, we will be providing a structured play apparatus. As was mentioned, we have increased the number of trees indicated on the landscape plan to now comply with the tree coverage for the property. So in terms of just some organizational concepts, I know it's important for you to understand what's going on inside the building to kind of reference that to the exterior. Floor plan, main level to the left, upper level to the right. So this is 4-track dual language curriculum, which is similar to the elementary school. So each grade level has 4 classrooms, and that continues for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We've divided the building or organized the building around a Main Street concept. So a social stair within the building. We're able to organize some of our public aspects to the grade level learning communities. So each grade level has a small group room, the 4 classrooms, some support space. And this also allows us to incorporate another district initiative, which is to incorporate a community health clinic within the school environment. So the way that we've positioned that within the admin area, separate access from the exterior to allow those community uses if there's a vaccine drive or there's a public health initiative that needs to be open after hours, we can facilitate that. And that's something that I know the district is trying to incorporate in all of their new school buildings. This is just the more technical drawing of the floor plan, main level to the left, upper level to the right. The areas that are in light blue are classroom areas. You'll see locations on the main level. We have our gym, a combined gym cafeteria, as well as a full service kitchen. The areas in green are our administrative areas, as well as our teacher prep and planning. And this has all the bells and whistles of 21st century middle school media center, music room, multipurpose space, flexible spaces to help support the curriculum. In terms of our elevations, we are aligning the finishes, the floor heights to the adjacent elementary school. So though the existing elementary school is 3 stories above grade, this particular building is 2 stories above grade, but we have aligned all of the floor levels so that the fenestration of the facades, the window sills are at the same elevations. Our brick coursing patterns are aligned, and we're using similar materials. I have prettier pictures to show you to describe some of the materials. So similar to the elementary school, we're going to be using a combination of a brick blend where we will utilize some brick projections and brick recesses to start to articulate the elevations. In some of the higher areas, we'll incorporate metal wall panels as well as a matching metal wall accent panel that is similar to the elementary school. Aluminum windows, and around the gymnasium, we will be incorporating some of our translucent paneling at the higher levels to allow natural light without the glare for the gym. This is just a quick massing study, proposed middle school on the left, the existing elementary school. I know it's in my slide, it says new elementary school. It's existing, but we're all excited that it's a new school. But you'll see the comparison for the massing, where the school on the right is for pre-K to 5. The school on the left is 6 to 8. This is a view to the main entry. So this is if I were standing with my back to the existing elementary school, looking towards the middle school across Laban Street to the green space. This is from closer to the corner of Laban and Marino Street. Looking up, you can see the gates that we are proposing. These are sliding gates that will be able to open and shut. I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Ravenel to discuss the site engineering.
Just spell your last name.
Good evening. My name is Todd Ravenel, Ravenelle. I am a professional engineer, licensed in the state of Rhode Island with the firm of GM2 Associates. I would like to just briefly go through the site layout and the building placement. As you can see, the building has been placed up against Eastwood Avenue. This was done in order to maximize our playground area with Laban Street and along the southerly portion of the building. And as you can see, we've tried to maximize the programming space by placing the building up against Eastwood Avenue. And as a result, we have some minor variances that are required to facilitate this placement. Just okay. Yes, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, there are several variances that are required as a result of the building placement. Also as a result of trying to obtain to maximize landscape areas and to try to maximize playground areas. But as you can see with the building, there's a red line. That red line is really the setback line. And as you can see, the building oversteps that red line in a few locations, which will result in the need for some setback variances. Those include basically a 1.5 foot request for a setback variance, a 6 foot request, and a 2.5 foot request. We'll go into more detail that on the next slide. However, there are a few other variances that I would like to discuss while we have this slide. And one is the maximum building coverage. With this facility, in order to get the amount of programming space required, we did have to exceed this maximum building coverage by about 5,000 square feet. Okay, we're required with 45 and we're requesting to go to 58. The second variance is total maximum impervious surface in order to facilitate the sidewalks, the building, everything that we would like to do. We require a minor variance from 65% to 67%. That amounts to 720 square feet. In addition, we also have a variance request for minimum required vehicle spaces. And as you can see from this site, there is no place for parking. So we are proposing off-street parking at the Laurel Street School, the former Laurel Street School, 17 spaces. Lastly, minimum requirement for bicycle spaces. Presently, the elementary school utilizes this lot for their bike space. So we are now required to replicate that for the elementary school as well as for the middle school. And that results, the calculation for that requires 78 bicycle spaces. We will be providing 63 spaces, so we're 15 short. Okay, so we're looking for a variance on that. Justin, if you could go to the next. Okay, just to summarize the zoning dimensional variances that we're requesting, you can see the rear setback, that small triangle area, that's what we're requesting. The corner side setback, it's about 1.5 foot along Merino Street in order to fit. Then you'll see the interior side setback, which is actually only the upper triangle. You'll see that larger triangle area in red. That is actually acceptable because the frontage requirement is between 0 and 8, so that varies. So we probably should have not colored that red, but regardless, those are the variances that we are seeking for this middle school. So next, I would just like to touch upon stormwater management. One of the interesting things about this is that when you built the elementary school, you utilized this lot for the stormwater management for a subsurface infiltration system. So again, placing the school on this lot, we now have to take care of the elementary school as well as the middle school. And what we have been doing, we've been working with RIDEM, we've been working with NBC, and we've been working with the city. We've had discussions on how, how we can manage all of this and provide the proper water quality treatment. And as you can see today, we can go back, Justin. Yeah, this is the system today. Everything is collected from the roof. It runs across the street into a subsurface infiltration system that handles the first 1.2 inches of for water quality, and then it overflows into the stormwater system. So what we will be doing, our proposed stormwater management plan is to collect the elementary school and the middle school and to treat all of the roof runoff in a subsurface infiltration system, as you can see here. The old system will be I guess, old, relatively new system will be removed and replaced. And everything will be collected into this one system to meet the water quality requirements. Lastly, as far as consistency with your comprehensive plan, I would just like to go through a few of the goals in your comprehensive plan. Goal 1, sustainability in the environment. The project will result in increased green space, tree canopy coverage, reduced runoff, and water quality treatment. Goal 2, the built environment. Redevelopment of a former parking lot into a new school, which is a consistent use with the adjacent and recently completed elementary school. Goal 6, arts and cultural resources. Development of the new K schools is consistent with the city's goal to strengthen the arts and culture within the city's neighborhood. Goal 7, people and public spaces. This project will result in new recreational areas for students of both the elementary and middle schools, which does not currently exist. In Goal 8, community service and facilities. Development of new schools is a primary objective of the city's efforts to create new facilities for its communities. That's it. Thank you.
And that's all we have. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? While I start to think of mine, because I'm looking through all these pages and yet one point of clarification. In our staff report, it says that you're requesting tree canopy coverage. Is it correct? You're not requesting that anymore? Correct?
That is correct. We are not.
Good. I'd have an issue with that one, so thank you. And then just out of curiosity, seems like a lot of bicycle spaces. Did you meet previously for the first part, Spaziano 1, we'll call it?
So it's interesting that the zoning regulations for required bicycle spacing, I believe, maybe I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but they don't distinguish between ages of the students.
Right.
So in an elementary school, it's not expected, though we will have kindergartners, first graders, and second graders present. I would, being a father of 2 of those age level boys, I would not be comfortable with them riding their bikes to school. So though there will be a need for older students to be riding their bikes, we feel like we can comply with the anticipated load of bicycles there.
We should look at that, Bob. That seems a bit high.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions of the applicant?
While we're on the topic of transportation, I'm trying to recall the previous presentation. I think there was some one-ways potentially for drop-offs and pickups. And I'm trying to remember where that was, and does this change, how would this change, gonna, what do you have, like about 800 students there?
I can speak to the location of the drop-off zone. That will be on Marino Street, and it will be similar to the elementary school. It will mimic what you have at the existing elementary school.
You can remind us what that is? Is that?
It's a cut-in.
So one of the things, since this building has been recently constructed, there's still some contractor materials on the parcel across the street. And I believe we still have that portion of Laban Street closed between Marino and the end of our boundary. So the district has been operating with traffic guards to drop everybody off on Marino Street. There is a shared parking facility to the south of the existing elementary school where parents drop off the students, and there are traffic control officers that direct those walkers from that location in. All buses go from south to north on Marino Street.
Thank you.
Is that a tough situation as is? Is it gonna get better with the contractors cleaning everything up on Marino Street, or is it just gonna be worse with the addition of these?
We don't believe it will be, the frequency of buses will likely not change because they'll be servicing the same routes. And
What about parents dropping their kids off? I mean, I imagine that will increase.
it will likely increase. However, we believe the same operations will be in place for that drop-off location. There are two locations that parents drop off students with traffic control officers at each location. One is the shared parking space that I referenced in south of the existing elementary school. The other is at the corner of Eastwood Avenue and Marino Street. So there's a way that traffic is directed with the parents to not interfere with the flow on Marino Street for the bus pickup and drop off.
What about the other uses around it?
There's surprisingly, during that time, both drop off and pickup, that section between the southernmost portion of the elementary school and the northernmost portion or the corner of Eastwood Avenue and Marino Street, there is not significant through traffic. I've been there personally at that time. When there is a need for a vehicle to get through that location of Marino Street, the district's traffic control officer allows them to pass through.
Okay, you haven't done any traffic studies or anything of the like, have you? You didn't have a traffic engineer work on this?
We had for the beginning, for the initial application, and we do not foresee much significant changes in.
For the first school that's not in front of us tonight.
Correct.
So we don't have those materials tonight to rely on.
No, you do not.
Okay.
And perhaps, I don't know if there's gonna be some public testimony to this, but what have you heard, if anything, from the Marino properties? Like, I'm looking at those, especially in the morning, potentially going in and out of work, going to work, buses there, and then also some of the parents flowing through from one side to the other.
Brian, Joe, I don't know if you have any feedback from the district.
You solemnly swear the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Your full name, and use the mic.
Joseph DeSanti.
Use the mic and spell your last name.
Good evening, Joseph DeSanti, Director of Project Management for Downs Construction. We're the owner's project manager for the city of Providence. Last name is DESANTI.
Thank you.
So your question regarding bus traffic, parent drop off, I'll step back a little bit. Mr. Hopkins did properly identify the drop off. There are traffic assistance there on a daily basis on either end of Marino Street. They, I believe, give out passes to any of the Marino Street residents so that they have this sticker or this card that goes on their car so they know who lives in the residence there, and they allow people to go in and out during the school hours. They do not allow any parent drop off on Marino. As Mr. Hopkins said, there is just to the south of the existing elementary school, there's the church parking lot, which we lease the parking for. Parents come in there, turn around, drop off their kids, and then are escorted into the elementary school. And there's also drop off on the corner of Eastwood and Marino.
And the staff and teacher parking, are they just parking on the streets?
No, the majority are parking in the church parking lot that's being leased right now.
And how, what's the capacity that's being used since you're gonna have more teachers, obviously, at the new school?
Yeah, you required 17 for this. I don't know how many you're using from the previous application.
I believe it's around 20 that we're using, and there is also some street parking that occurs too. And surprisingly, there's still quite a few open spots on Eastwood Avenue. And then there's the old existing Laurel Hill School, which was the Spaziano, which we're going to utilize as parking. We're also exploring other areas in the neighborhood for longer term off-site parking as well.
Can you just point us to where all the bike parking is gonna be as well? I could just be missing it on the plan.
So I don't have an overall plan that shows the wider the wider area, but you will see to the all the way to the right of the screen is the beginning of the church parking area that is under the current lease agreement with the city of Providence. Oh, did
So
you
the
say
bike
racks?
parking,
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry. Oh, boy. So the bike rack will be in this location here. So the goal is to have that protected within the overall space of the middle school.
And that will be shared between the two facilities?
Yes.
And you already received relief for the initial construction for that?
That's right. Yes, we do.
What is the long-term plan for the old school on the other streets?
Long-term plan, we're currently going to be using it next year for a swing space. Eventually it will be demolished, and there will be green space there, play area, and probably some limited parking there as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You always can reserve the right to ask after public comment as well, after we hear the staff report. Right. Anything else to add before we read the staff report?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joanne, take it away.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. So as you saw, this is a development that largely complies with the zoning ordinance, save for the variances that they've requested. So based on that, we do find that the applicant suffers a hardship because they are constructing an educational facility in an R2 zone. And they are asking for the variances, particularly from setback because of their programming needs, which dictates the size of the building. And that hardship is not a prior action of theirs. We don't believe that granting this variance will alter the character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the comprehensive plan, given that the school is a community facility and it is directly adjacent to an elementary school, which does affect the character of the area. Again, as for the parking variances, we do realize that providing parking on site will require additional paving and affect their programming needs. So we find that it would be prudent to grant that variance. And finally, they did ask for variance from the canopy coverage requirement, which will not be required. And finally, we do feel that this would be more than a mere inconvenience should these variances be granted, as it would greatly affect the school's design and siting. So based on that, we recommend that you grant the requested dimensional relief, finding that it would be in conformance with the comp plan and zoning ordinance, and with the request for landscaping being withdrawn. And as for the land development project, as discussed, we do find this would be in conformance with the comp plan, particularly objective CS1, which encourages development of and provision of public educational facilities in the city. Subject to you granting the variances, they will be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. Now, we should know that they have also requested waivers from certain items. They will be withdrawing the waiver from the lighting plan, having provided it to you, but they will need waivers from submission of state approvals, as well as a stormwater management plan at the preliminary plan stage. So we don't foresee a negative environmental impact. This will be a buildable lot with no physical constraints impacting development, and physical access will be provided from Marino and Laban Streets. So based on that, we first recommend that you grant the waivers from submission of state approvals at the preliminary plan stage, as well as a stormwater management plan, with the condition that they be submitted at the final plan stage, finding that it would be in the interest of good planning practice. Then we recommend that you combine master and preliminary plan approval, finding that the applicant will meet the requirements for both stages. And finally, we recommend that you approve the master and preliminary plans and delegate final plan approval to DPD staff.
Thank you, Choyan. All right, this is a public hearing, and at this point, we will open public comment. If you are here to speak on this matter, hopefully you've signed in. We have no one signed in for this left, okay? If there's anyone here that would like to speak on it in the audience, please raise your hand. If you're joining us virtually from your home or work, please raise your virtual hand. Again, we're on agenda item number 4, case number 24-005 UDR. It's 254 Westwood Avenue. So if you're here to speak on this, raise your virtual hand or press *9. It looks like we may have a taker in the audience.
Yeah, we have two. First name is Hermine. Hermine, you can unmute and then go ahead and start talking.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my concern.
Full name
my name is Herman Sukuki.
Spell your first name and last name, please.
Hermene. Last name Sucui.
Go ahead.
Right, thank you very much. First, want to take someone to correct the gentleman that says it's 254 Eastwood, not Westwood. First of all, then the thing is, I'm not agreeing with. I live in 42 Marina Street, right in front of the school that I just finished. It's been a hell of a 2 years construction going on, 24/7. Construction people that were there 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. There's no peace. There's nothing. I just wanted to consider the council men's there to think about it. If they put themselves and ourselves, the neighbors that live there, because this is just, it's been horrible. This is not acceptable for me. If in fact my opinion matters. Also, it is not true that we as the residents on the side, on the Marino Street side, we're not even allowed while school time starts, we're not allowed to go to our houses whatsoever. Sometimes we think about our uh, family, our elderly neighbors. What's going to happen if there's an emergency? Buses are blocking our driveways. So we need to take that into consideration before build another school, which I think the big one, it's such a big building in such a small area.
Thank you, sir. Those are very, very good comments. I appreciate you chiming in today. We will look into those.
Please, yes, I'm asking this as a favor to the councilman, to the council women that are there representing somehow the voice of the people. Like I said, this is something serious. I don't think I totally agree. If they do something with that lot they talking about, maybe they use it as a little park or something for the kids to play during recess or something like that. But lock it up really the way it should be. But I don't think a building we don't need another building in that area. Why don't consider the old building where the school used to be on Laurel Hill Avenue? Why they don't just destroy that building and rebuild there? We don't need us neighbors there. We don't need another building nearby.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Myra Curran. Myra, you can go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please spell your first and last name and then go
Hi.
ahead.
Good evening. My first name is Myra, Mayra. My last name is Curran, Curran. I live at 38 Merino Street, which is the smallest little house. It is only 726 square feet. I am dead smack in front of the school. I am dead smack in front of the buses that park along on Merino Street to drop off and pick up the children. I'm also a handicapped person with a handicap plate on my sidewalk in front of my house, which I cannot access because I am told by the school and guards at each end that I cannot park my vehicle or anyone else. And to the gentleman, I'd like to correct you that you said that the residents that live on Merino Street have a pass. That is not true. I've been living in this neighborhood for 40 years and I was here when that construction went up and no one has given me a pass or informed me of a pass. Furthermore, as a resident and living in this neighborhood for 40 years, what are my rights? Because when the first school went up, me and my husband made it very clear about the parking issue, me being able to access my property when and whatever time of the day I felt. Guess what? That fell on deaf ears. Just as I believe that what I'm saying and my neighbor Herman are saying are going to fall on deaf ears because y'all are going to do what you want to do, okay? But I'm really, really hoping that you take into consideration, please, this neighborhood is too small. To build another school, especially a middle school or junior, that's insane. I can't watch TV because my cable is blocked. Again, I'm under stress. I am handicapped. I have no access. My handicap parking. I have to wait for the school to let out and let in before I can take care of my own personal issues. And I want you to know that if anything happens to me, because I'm talking and no one's listening, if anything happens to me, okay?
You're breaking up a little bit. But I think we understand what you're saying. And we've heard you.
Go build a school, go build a school somewhere else. Please, this neighborhood is too there's too
Ma'am,
much going
I think
on.
you're cutting in and out. I understand what you're saying and we will definitely ask the applicant to address this. Thank you very much. Yeah, she cut out. All right, thank you. Is there anyone
No
else here or on our Zoom? Again, press your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in.
Yes, we have someone whose name says cause and effect. If you could please identify yourself by name and spell your first and last name.
So my name is Gail Gifford, Gayle, and my last name is Gifford. And I'm not here to speak about the school specifically, but I did want to express my dismay at your just writing off the 15 bicycle spaces. Teachers, staff, and others also can bicycle, and the city's sustainability plan or environmental justice plan, the state's Act on Climate plan, we should be doing everything we can to get people out of their cars. So I don't think it's a trivial matter and one that you should consider a little more seriously. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't see any other raised hands. If there's someone in the, all right, please come up. You have to come up with the microphone. You guys are gonna have to leave for a minute and then we'll call you back when we're done. All right, state your name for the record.
Sure. Cameron Lafreniere, Cameron Lafreniere. I'm a resident of Wayland. I live in an area where it's very easy to bike. I personally know a good friend of mine who grew up in the Hartford area. I know that area. It's not that great to bike in. I think the kids deserve to have better infrastructure and to be able to, more than 6% of them, based on the existing plan, which have been slashed to 4% for the bike space. It seems unreasonable given the age of these kids. If you see in other states, other metros, they have bike buses where kids get on the bike, they get in numbers of 1,200, right? Like, this is something the school needs to be considering with the city. And, you know, especially for these neighbors' complaints, one of their biggest complaints is noise and space. And, you know, I lived in Germany for 3 months. I saw 1,000 bicycles in an area where you could park, 20 cars. It's not something that everyone's gonna do, but we need to be able to consider that as a major portion of the plan to improve the quality of life for the residents, including those that need the space much more than someone else, like someone that's handicapped that we spoke in the meeting before. So I'd like to echo those sentiments and just, raise the point that we need schools, but that we also need, people to live in harmony with each other. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Right, anyone else on this matter? Okay.
Hello, my name
Speak into the microphone, please.
My name is Dexter Vincent, DXTRVINCNT. I'm a senior at Classical now, and I am, curious about a couple matters, particularly why it's necessary to build a new school on this site when there is an existing school about 1 block away. Why this site couldn't be utilized, as a previous commenter suggested, as green space or even better as housing, which this city desperately needs at this moment. That site easily could fit in a 3-story building, just off the top of my brain, 25 or more units. And I'm not quite sure why the city of Providence and the school district finds it necessary to demolish that existing school building in order to build a parking lot, as they stated earlier.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments on this application? And online, we have no other hands raised. All right, with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Well, I would like to call the applicant back up because I heard some very concerning things. Which was the reason I was asking about a traffic engineer, first of all, which you didn't submit any traffic evidence into the record for this application. You heard it, but why don't you start and let's see what you have to say to those neighbors, especially because I have a feeling they're not the only ones who are impacted by the existing school, let alone this new school.
So I'll make just a few general comments. So this neighborhood has had two schools. The Spaziano Elementary and the middle school annex building. And that's what we're doing now is just, there aren't going to be four, there are still going to be two. The city, as almost everyone likely knows, the state of city schools are not great. And so the city has a massive project going on right now with nearly 40 school sites being worked on. And so things are being built quickly, which is necessary so that we can get all of these new students into these new facilities.
I think it's the specific name, the specific complaints about the operation.
Do you allow vehicles to go up and down the street when school's dropping off or picking up?
Do you want to answer?
Because it sounds like that's traffic is prohibited on those streets, right?
There is, excuse me, there is signage there that during certain hours of the day, it's a one-way street. There's no time where residents are prohibited going in. I've been there and witnessed, that's the reason why Providence Public Schools has traffic assistance on either end, so that they could help with getting the buses only going down one way. And if a resident does come in, and it rarely does happen when they're trying to go in or go out, but I have witnessed where the personnel knows who it is and lets them in and out. I certainly am going to bring that back to the Spaziano operations team and let them know that there are some residents that don't seem to be aware of the card or maybe are not being allowed in, and we'll make sure that they go out and talk to them and make sure that they're aware that they certainly get in and out of their home at any given time. Certainly want to be safe around the kids. So if there might be a time where we say, pause, wait 2 minutes while we move this bus out of the way or the children out of the way, I can understand that. But we're certainly going to follow back up on that.
Can you clarify, because I'm a little confused? You said there isn't any time where traffic is prohibited, but then there's a pass to get through during certain hours, right?
Yeah,
Because you said it only goes one way, but does that one way stop for certain people?
No, there's signage, I believe, on the south end of Marino that says school, during school hours, I think it's only one-way traffic going down Marino.
So then what's the passes for? If any car can go by?
For any resident that lives adjacent to Marino or across the street there, residents that had any troubles in the past had conversations with the school operations team, and the school operation team either identified who those residents were or provided them with a pass, from what I had been told.
Right, but if you can go through the one way at any time of the day, why do you need a pass for? Does the block of the school get closed at a certain point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So then what's the pass for? If they can go through on a one way anytime, what is a pass? I don't understand what the pass does.
I think so residents could get through if they're queuing up buses during dismissal, for example, and there's a couple of cars there.
Okay.
There's also an area now where they could turn around and come down, I think just south of the church parking lot too, where they could go around and down the neighborhood as well. So that area's been open.
So if it's queuing up and if it was me, I would just have to go around because there's a queue of buses. But if I live there, I say, hey, listen, I'm going into this house, let me sneak on by. And how does one get that pass? Like, I would think it's pretty easy fix, right? You just go to all those properties on Marino and say, here's a pass for your property so that if you ever have any issues, you can get through. But it sounds like it was more, they came up with a complaint and then you offer the pass at that point?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and check with the operations team at the school, who's the one that hands out the passes, but I was told there was a complaint at one point, and they came up with this system of handing out passes. They identified who the residents were, maybe they don't have them all, I don't know.
I mean,
but
it seems like a pretty big community engagement failure. You're surrounded by these residents and you've not reached out to them about this and talked about the addition of the new school in addition to the previous, and the fact that they have these issues that they're telling us about. They obviously can't get a hold of anyone in your department, so I just don't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, we've had continued community engagement during the design process for both schools.
You had
PPSD,
community meetings?
PPSD has had community meetings, we've attended community meetings, we've gone to the school meetings. We're talking about the area in front of Marino Street that seems to be the issue of traffic concern. One of the things that I don't think we've explained either is that with the new build, we are doing a curb cut out there so that we could bring the buses off of the street too, so we created an easier path for traffic to get through. I don't know if Justin, if you could point to that area right now.
That's the additional sidewalk area that's attached right there, right? Yeah, I saw that on the
Yeah,
plan.
so I don't
like
think we
that.
explained that previously, or maybe we just kind of glazed over it. So we are planning on improving it so the buses can be off of the road, so we can improve the traffic flow during dismissal and during arrival.
What about construction? I mean, the town, the city has hours that you're allowed to engage in those activities that make noise. There's noise ordinances. You know, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, that doesn't seem reasonable.
Yeah, I am not aware of, I certainly wished in some cases we were working 24/7 because we had a very tough deadline to meet last year, but no, there is not. I could tell you during the August of last year, there was a lot of moving trucks there that came. They came on Sundays and Saturdays. We had FF&E deliveries, but no major construction activities are happening at night or starting, I think is the ordinance is like 7 or 7:30 in the morning.
I believe.
Yeah, they're not working there at night unless there was a utility thing that might have happened on an off occasion. That's the only time I could think of that maybe some kind of night work happened. But on a general basis, we're not working 24/7 on these projects.
Okay.
Since it was asked, in one of the, actually two people I think mentioned it, why not look at Laurel Hill? By the way, just so the public understands, I mean, a school's allowed in pretty much any zone, by right. But in terms of this project, why not Laurel Hill? One, it would be less, intensity on this one particular, block of the street, and it's not that far off, and yeah, like, what are your thoughts
Yeah,
on that?
no, so it's a good question. We did look at Laurel Hill initially. One of the reasons we did not do that is that with Achievement First being right down the road, that area during dismissal and pickup, Laurel Hill gets very jammed up in that area. And that was one of the reasons we were trying to not intermingle the drop off and pickup and be right on Laurel Hill, because that's where the front entrance is. And that was part of the reason we did not like that idea. The location there being on a main street, on a more of a main street too, we wanted to get to a safer and eventually change that community by putting a park-like setting there. We do want to put green space there so that there's a more welcome area in that area so that you can, also encourage, pedestrian traffic coming down in that area, walking up to that area. There'll be playscapes up there. There'll be green space as well, eventually in that Laurel Hill School.
Well, big thumbs up on the green space, but you probably saw I smiled when you were speaking there, because if there's a concern of intensity of the traffic patterns on Laurel Hill, you can imagine, I can't imagine what it would be on the street as the size of Marino. I think it would be a fair ask to request a traffic study to at least see how this additional school will affect this area, because what I would hope is that one, it finds that the impact is low, which would be great, ideally, but probably would bring you to some type of design to, you know, counter whatever the traffic study, shows, because it was a big concern for me from the beginning with some of my questions, and based on what we heard from the public, it looks like that is an issue that affects them and probably some other people that we need to hear from.
Yeah, and just to clarify, our traffic concern with Laurel Hill was the additional traffic from Achievement First. There's a
Correct.
lot of pickup and drop off happening there as well as bus. And that Laurel Hill gets pretty congested at the same time. This school is gonna be about 300 students, so the actual buses and pickup and drop off is gonna be, you know, not substantial. Not only that, more than likely, there'll be siblings with elementary school. So again, with the pickup and drop off, we don't expect a huge difference with that, and even with the buses. Our concern was with Laurel Hill being on Laurel Hill and the traffic.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn here. I'm very supportive of schools and I want this new school to be built. But it seems like he mentioned he's in a bit of a rush to get these done. It seems like it's kind of half baked. You haven't gone all the way through to meet everything that we'd be looking for an application like this. So, I don't know, I'm having trouble here.
I mean, I think the traffic study is probably the
Traffic
biggest
and-
issue,
and
so I mean, that's
community
pretty easy. And then, yeah, community engagement,
Can I
which
just
can be
ask
addressed easily.
a couple of thoughts? So on Laurel Hill, are there building deficiencies, or is it just, in your opinion, the site deficiencies that are the reason for the move?
As far as, well, existing building, there's many deficiencies with that existing building. So it's not a building we could renovate, and fit and serve the needs of 21st century learning right now. And then it's from, you know, again, being on more of a main road, we had some concerns about location of where play spaces would be, proximity to the roadway, those kind of things in that area.
Okay, and then my other question was about Laban Street and this area between the two buildings. It seems like you have gates that can open at either end of that stretch of street. How do you, and you're preserving hardscape on that street presumably so that vehicles can pass through when needed. Is there any scenario where that street could get used as pickup and drop off, or for deliveries, or for, I guess, to mitigate some of these traffic issues?
Yeah, we did explore that at one point, and the reason we've left it as hardscape is for emergency vehicles, as well, but there's certainly an option to either bring buses through there or parent drop off there. That certainly would be an option.
And I'm sorry for all the questions, but, can you address you have the church parking lot, Laurel Hill, the school department owns, so that's fine, but what's the arrangement with the church? Like, can they change their minds and say that no longer could be used? I mean, what's the contract like, kind of look like in terms of long term?
Yeah, actually, Chris and I worked and we have a 10-year lease with the church right now, and I believe it's renewable.
So we have a 10-year lease originally. The intention is to renew, although we don't have any options yet.
Is that an active church? I'm sorry, I don't know that.
Yes, it is. That
Okay.
is St. Anthony's Church on
Okay.
Plainfield Street, yes.
And so you said you explored drop off and pick up on Laban Street. Now, is there real potential for that? Because I feel like that could solve a lot of your issues if you're getting all the buses on Laban Street on that hardscape and taking them off of Merino Street, because that's just such a tight street there.
Yes, it's an option that's available to the district. We'll certainly review it with the district. And if I may, just because there were a couple of comments regarding the bicycle racks, it wasn't our intention to minimize the importance of kids riding bicycles or faculty riding bicycles to school. It's just, in our experience, the quantity that is required for public schools at an elementary level this supports, that program.
We're talking about 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, right?
We're talking about 5 to 12-year-olds.
12-year-olds.
And staff. So if we need to revisit the quantity of bicycle racks, we certainly can.
Yeah, all right, thanks. Any other questions, commissioners? And the applicants don't want to propose coming back to us with anything?
If we could just have just a moment.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, so, the city will propose, to come back, with a traffic study for the area. And, the applicant, will also work with the school department, to work with, the residents on Merino Street as to parking and access and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I think I think I have a way to skin this cat.
Can I ask a question? So, if the commission were inclined to grant you, the requested approvals tonight, but condition it on coming back with, further information about traffic circulation, how much time do you think you would need in order to do that?
We often delegate, excuse me, I mean, it's kind of relegating. We often delegate, final plan approval to staff. I'm thinking this might need to come back to us, because I don't really have an issue with the waivers. Most of them, we'll go through them one by one, but it's just all these other things that have come up that just don't seem to be fully hashed out. And give you a little time, get you going, so that you know you have a project. We need this school. To give you a little time to wrap everything up and then come back to us for final, instead of doing that administratively.
And maybe there's also a question. I know that there's a sensitivity about schools that you're sort of planning backwards from when the school needs to open and when you need to actually start breaking ground here. I think that's an important question here. Is there maybe you can speak to that, and that might inform how the commission frames its motions.
So thank you. That's actually one of the reasons we're kind of pondering here is currently this school is scheduled to be online for September of 2025. So that's not a lot of time, in this day and age with, long lead items. So time is certainly an issue with us, but we certainly want to be sensitive. I mean, if there's a way to administratively do it, I think we could pull I don't want to say pull, we could do a traffic study within 2 weeks and have that, to you, but, I think it would be a concern to, with our time to be able to start planning for construction activities, which would be an ideal time this summer coming up.
Mr. Chair, but so, you know, if there's a way for you to, allow the construction project to commence, what we're talking about, I don't think, the traffic and circulation issues are gonna affect the siting or the height or anything like that of the school. It's more about how the school department is gonna use the existing streets in the area to accommodate the pickup and drop off of the traffic. So if there could be a way, you know, given the time constraints, to allow them to commence with construction, but still hold them responsible for a more thorough traffic and circulation plan that they can come back and report to you at a later date.
How do we do that?
Well, it is the city, you know, so.
It's kind of hard to hold them accountable, right?
Well, I can assure you that, you know, I speak with, the people that oversee all of this on a regular basis, and, I think we can ensure that they can come back and give you a report.
So if we were to make a positive recommendation on the land development project, say, because the others are the waivers and the variances, I think I would like to see that staff is reviewing some sort of community engagement that has been done and will continue to do, and B, a traffic study of this area and what can be done to minimize the impact of the neighbors with not only this school, but the school activities along Marino Street, Eastwood Ave, all of the surrounding areas.
Well, I think that can come back to you. That doesn't have to just be staff. So we're trying to thread the needle.
But how can we give project approval without it, start construction without?
When do you need to start construction?
We're currently looking to do some early site packages this spring.
Starting when? Before or after April 16th?
After April 16th.
So you could come back for final plan approval on April 16th.
We could, yes.
I'm okay with that.
Because I think it's important to give the public another chance.
I
to
agree.
explain.
So I think, and that would be that return. Well, what's the notice requirements for that? When do they have to have the?
Final doesn't require.
It doesn't require notice, so you could be on the next agenda. That's great. So if you had your traffic study and all of the materials you need in 2 weeks, you could be on the April 16th meeting agenda for final plan approval if we approve preliminary plan tonight. I mean, I think that's probably the best compromise we can make right now, and I think it's important to keep the city's goals of building new. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter. Schools are really important to me. And I want the city to succeed in its building of the schools. So, I think that's probably the best of a bad situation for us tonight. That we can let them keep going, but come back to us for final plan. That's what I'd recommend. So if we're to start moving some recommendations forward, because we do have to make some decisions tonight. We want to start with the dimensional variance. It's actually gonna be 4 votes tonight, so I'll just go through them, then we'll go through them one by one. We're gonna do the dimensional variances, the zoning act. Then we're going to do the waivers that were requested. Then we're gonna do a combination of stages, and then we're gonna do a land development project vote. So it'll be 4 separate votes tonight.
As described in any findings should be as as written in the staff report and as presented tonight.
So we are looking at the dimensional relief that is requested. We're looking at a motion to approve the dimensional relief, which is maximum building coverage where 45 is permitted, but 58 is proposed. Total maximum impervious surface coverage where 65% is permitted, but 67% is proposed. Minimum interior side setback where 10 feet is required and 7.5 feet is proposed. Corner side setback where 10 feet is required, but 8.5 feet is proposed. Minimum rear setback where 30 feet are required and 24 feet are proposed. Parking for 17 on-site parking spaces, relief from that. And bicycle parking, 15 bicycle parking spaces. And if we were to put a motion forward for all of that relief, it would be based on the findings listed in this report and the testimony given this evening by the applicant and referenced in this report. No, sorry, that's it.
You need to articulate it yourself, like have a discussion about the requirements and the standards within that because blah, blah.
So the solicitor is suggesting that rather than just sort of refer to the standards in the staff report, that there be a discussion about it. It's a, you know, frankly, it's a little bit more than we typically do. You know, often there is just a reference to those standards, but you know, out of an abundance of caution, it is important to say that to speak to these standards, the unique characteristics. This is a school, right? You know, a school is allowed here. It's a large building. There's something about the programmatic needs of a school that require a certain amount of space and a certain configuration. And I think they did a very good job on the screen of showing you where it has to encroach in order to meet those standards. You know,
then we go into the hardship is not a result of any prior action of the applicant. Based on the plans provided, it appears that it relates to the need to operate this parcel as a school, not from any previous action of the applicant. The granting of these variances will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the comprehensive plan. There's already a school there. There's traffic that's going through it. They've made, you know, assertions, and there are references in the staff report. The fact that they've withdrawn the canopy coverage, I'm very pleased about because I didn't want to approve that one. As a city school, I think at minimum, they need to meet the canopy coverage. I do agree that elementary students are less likely to ride bicycles. And there will be other parking options off-site. So I think they meet that standard. In addition, the hardship suffered by the owner of the property, if the dimension variance is not granted, will amount to more than a mere inconvenience. I think that we just spoke about that very, very explicitly. They need to start construction on this right away. There's a need for better schools in this city. Those are the 4 standards, right? Okay. So that would be what I would suggest as a motion, if one were inclined.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Good. We did that. Okay, better. I'll take better. We have a fully formed motion on the table. We're gonna go around with a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Charlotte.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, so the next item we have to contemplate and vote on are the waivers. So the applicant has requested waivers from submission of a lighting plan, signage plan, submission of state approvals, and a stormwater management plan at the preliminary plan stage, subject to the condition that they are submitted with the final plan. Final plan's possibly gonna come back in front of us, so I'm in support of those waivers. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the waivers as listed? We don't need to have criteria for those.
Motion to approve the waivers as listed.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Wonderful. We'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Charlotte. Miguel.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next, the applicant has requested combination of the stages, due to the timeliness of this and having requested the waivers, necessary for this to be preliminary plan. Would anyone like to make a motion to combine stages?
Sorry, I have a question. We got them to come back in the first motion that we didn't do.
No, we're gonna do that in the land
That's still
development project.
development project.
That'll be the last vote we have. So this is the combination of master and preliminary plan. Not final.
Right. Okay. So I'll make a motion that we combine the master and preliminary, they approve the combination of the master and preliminary plan.
Okay. The motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. We'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Charlotte.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now lastly, this would be the land development project recommendation. And if there were a motion on the table, I would suggest it be approval of the land development project, the approval of the preliminary plan, master and preliminary plan, subject to the applicant returning for final plan approval to this body. Having done a traffic consulted a traffic engineer and provided traffic study. With plans to mitigate the impacts on the neighbors, all four sides of this development. And with evidence of some community engagement and outreach to the neighbors that seem to be affected with the existing school. So, okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, go around and do a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Charlotte.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We'll see you guys next month. With that, before we dig into the last agenda item, I would like to take a 10-minute break for a restroom, stretch your legs, things like that. So it's 7 o'clock. Wow, it's 7 o'clock. Is it really? 7 o'clock.
That clock's an hour.
I was wishing it was 6 o'clock, but it's not. It's 7 o'clock, so we will come back at 7:10.
And anybody wishing to speak on the comprehensive plan, please see Lev up in the front and you can sign in.
There's a sign-in sheet. Gentlemen, we're going to call, it is 7:10, we're gonna call the City Plan Commission meeting back to order. Please find your seat. We are now on agenda item number 5, and that is a comprehensive plan update. Again, if you would like to make a comment on the land use section of the comprehensive plan, there's a sign-in sheet towards the door. Lev is standing in the back, waving his hand. You can't miss him. And when the time comes, all of you at home will let you know how to raise your virtual hand. We will be, there's a lot of interest. We have a lot of people online. This is a very important section of the comprehensive plan, the land use chapter. So we're going to be limiting comments to 3 minutes per person. We request that it's on this topic. This is the land use section of the comprehensive plan. This isn't a Q&A. This won't be a back and forth. There will be a presentation by Tim. He's back again. Thank you, Tim. And Bob will be speaking as well. And then we'll take comment on this. It's a draft of the land use section. Nothing is being voted on tonight. There was a request that came in earlier for us to postpone this. There's no reason to postpone discussion. We're going to continue to discuss the comprehensive plan for the next few months until we vote to pass it. If there are comments after this meeting that you'd like to share, Tim will have his contact information. There's an address to send your comments on the comprehensive plan, and you can always reach out to Bob Azar as well. He will take comments. Those comments will be weighed and incorporated into the final drafts of the comprehensive plan. I think that's it. Did I hit everything? All right. With that, Tim, Bob, take it away.
Great. So just check to make sure the microphone's working. Great. So my name is Tim Shea. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Tim Shea. I'm Community Planning Manager for the Department of Planning and Development. And I just want to thank everyone for being here today and thank you for your patience as we got through the previous items. Essentially what we're going to do, I'm going to walk you through just the place of the land use element in the comprehensive plan and talk about what informs the changes that we're proposing today. And then Deputy Director Azar is going to walk you through the changes in this chapter and we'll reference next steps and feedback opportunities outside of this commission meeting. So first off, the comprehensive plan, everyone here, most folks here are probably familiar, but our once in a decade plan and process to envision the city's future and build a roadmap of policies and strategies to get there. There are a lot of different elements of the comprehensive plan, many of them interrelated. It's quite a large document that covers a lot of topics, but land use is really the foundation of the plan. Other elements really chart the city's strategic direction through the next 10 years in those areas. But the land use is the most binding. It guides our zoning ordinance and really informs what can be built where in the city. So we just wanted to start with that by placing this topic area. So what informs today's proposals? So just, briefly here, the engagement process has been ongoing for over a year now. We've gone through a period of kind of listening sessions to more collaborative brainstorming and ideation. And now we're into this more formal review process where we're sharing proposals and asking for feedback and incorporating the City Plan Commission, the City Council, and eventually our statewide planning. But if you're looking for a full summary on plan.providenceri.gov, we've got a summary that we've presented to this commission before. We've held over 75 community meetings in all of Providence's neighborhoods. And I'm just going to jump us here. Perfect. So throughout this process, one of our primary findings is that issue number one to participants is the need to address the housing crisis. And this survey results showed us that it was the most important issue to folks who participated. And it's for good reason. Just a few kind of facts. There's a lot of facts that you could point to paint a picture about the housing crisis in Providence. But a few of these include that our population is growing. We're 7%, about around 7% between our last two census years. The average household size in Providence, is in kind of a long-term decline. So we need more housing units for the same amount of people, let alone our population growing. We have new influences of things like off-campus student housing, short-term rentals that are cutting into the existing housing stock for this growing population. And we're seeing vacancy rates, residential vacancy, homeownership vacancy, really at the lowest that they've been in a long time. So just to kind of paint the narrative here, what's the result? The result is front page news that the city is one of the hottest rental markets, one of the hottest homeownership markets in the country, apparently. We're seeing, not enough construction to kind of keep up with this demand. If you were to capture that all simply, is that we don't have the supply to keep up with this demand. And of course, that impacts all of us, but it especially impacts those most vulnerable in our community. So we're seeing homelessness numbers on the rise. And this is not only front page news. We saw throughout our process here, we had hundreds of conversations with people at hours of community events. We've sorted through thousands of survey responses, and we heard a lot of the same quotes about how people are having a lived experience of this crisis, people speaking to displacement, their friends, their communities being displaced in the city, their neighborhoods feeling kind of destabilized by these changes in rents and home prices. A lot of folks speaking to what they feel that the city is losing what they feel is unique about it because of this. So creative folks, artists, culture makers that are core to our identity. And a lot of people feel that they're locked out of contributing to the place, that raised them. So these are narratives that we're hearing again and again. These are some anonymized responses from our community surveys that speak to the lived experience of this crisis. So when we, got into people's attitudes toward different policy ideas in this process, we heard that community members are open to affordability. They want more affordability throughout our city and every neighborhood in our city. And we also heard that people are open to what will relieve pressure on our rents and housing and home prices. So they're open to higher densities in new housing development. But of course, there are important concerns that come with housing, that come with density. We heard a lot about concerns about student housing affecting quality of life and rental markets. We heard a lot about unequal distributions of density, of low-income housing, the lack of housing choice around our city, it being only available in certain neighborhoods. We heard concerns about new design of new buildings, the aesthetics, also the green building practices, and then concerns that people associate with increased density. So paving of lots, parking concerns, traffic concerns, and we're going to speak to some of those today, and then some of these in other chapters. But what does that have to do with land use? Of course, I want to circle us back to land use. So, most Providence homeowners today could not afford to buy their own house if it went up for sale. The 2023 Housing Works Rhode Island Factbook said that 80% of Providence households can't afford the median home price in our city. And we've taken great leaps as a city to modernize our land use and zoning code, but it's also true that many households could not rebuild their current home under today's zoning ordinance. So that's one topic that we're going to focus in on today. So there's a lot of factors that affect why we haven't been able to build the supply necessary to meet demand. Factors like interest rates, cost of materials, the capacity of the development industry. But it is true that decades of kind of growth-averse land use policies have contributed to this crisis. And so that frames our policy proposals. Last month, we started this conversation with this conceptual growth strategy map, which broke out different kind of tiers of growth based on different criteria. But really the thrust of it is that we want to enable more thoughtful growth and development across our city. And we want to think about where we encourage larger scale buildings and higher density housing and align it with best practices around factors like where there's mobility options, it's easy to get around, proximity to destinations, to job centers, to grocery stores, et cetera, and consider the existing built environment in these areas. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Deputy Director Azar, who's going to walk us through essentially the future land use map, which is the core of this chapter.
Thank you, Tim. And thank you, everybody who's here, everybody who's online. Thank you for coming out, and thank you again for your patience. We do try to plan these meetings to get through things as quickly as possible, and sometimes it takes a little longer, and we can't always arrange the agenda so that everybody gets to their item quickly. So I do really appreciate your patience. Thank you for I think recognizing how important this is. I think we have a great tradition of community engagement in this city, and I think we may not always agree on things, but I think that it really does help to make our work better. Next slide. So we're going to kind of just walk through the different categories of land uses as we lay it out in the comprehensive plan. And really, we start with residential. This is the one, I think, where there's the most significant change. And the reason has been very ably articulated by Tim. The fact is that we need to find more opportunities to build housing. Zoning and land use is not going to solve the housing crisis alone. There are a lot of other facets to this, including funding, including things that are outside of the control of cities and towns, like interest rates and labor costs and things like that. But we do need to do our share. Land use is the lever, the most important lever that we have that we can exercise. So what we try to do is identify the existing areas of the city that are low density, medium density, and high density. And what we say is that all of these areas need to be able to provide for more housing, either on vacant lots, we call that infill development, or by adding to the housing stock that exists by adding units somehow on properties with existing buildings. And we have different strategies for doing this in different parts of the city. In the low density residential areas, this general principle is that the scale is going to be maintained, but we're going to provide a little bit more flexibility. In medium density areas, this is crucial. Make it easier to build what already exists. This is something that's been an issue with our zoning ordinance for many decades. Of course, the city was largely built out by the time we had zoning in 1923. But then if you read the 1923 zoning ordinance, it allows for an awful lot of density, and our neighborhoods reflect the character, that dense character that is spoken of in that 1923 ordinance. 1951 is when we adopted a new zoning ordinance that it's what I might call an urban renewal ordinance, that kind of reflected the fact that the city's population had started to turn. We were seeing people leaving the city, moving to the suburbs. We were seeing less of a housing market, and that zoning reflected sort of the theory at the time that density equaled overcrowding equaled unhealthful conditions. And so the zoning at that time was the first one to introduce sort of one family, two family, three family zoning. We didn't have that in 1923. Ever since probably the late 90s, we've been slowly kind of reversing that trend and undoing a lot of the things in those earlier zoning ordinance that speak to a city that if you build it according to those ordinances, it looks more like a suburb. So, you know, this issue of making it easier to build what already exists, we've been doing that over time. I think we take another step in that direction. And then we have high density residential. We have some areas of high density residential. We think that there should be more, and we identify specific areas where that can happen. And when we talk about high density, we're talking primarily about places where you can build apartment buildings. And we're out in the neighborhoods. We're not in downtown. We're not on the commercial corridors. We're in the residentially zoned areas. So this is not high rise apartment buildings. These are relatively low rise. Next slide. All right, so first we look at the future land use map. Let me see if I can make this thing go away. Can I do that? No. Can I do that? Anyhow, this says across the top, future land use map, low density residential. In today's comprehensive plan, we call it single family residential. We were proposed to change the name of it to low density residential. It still is going to correspond with today's single family zones. There's one exception here where there's an area that's single family that has been proposed to be changed to low density residential. That's something that this commission is going to take up in the coming months. So we've removed it from the low density, but other than that, it's the same. But the idea behind the strategies that we are putting forth in this amendment is, number one, allow for accessory dwelling units that could be in existing buildings. They could be in additions to existing buildings, or they could be in outbuildings. And it wouldn't necessarily be restricted to a family member the way it is today. We think that there could be the possibility of low density cluster development, where if you have a large area of land, you could sort of cluster houses in a particular area in order to preserve some open space or some historic features. We also think that row houses might be a good solution in the single family zones at a relatively low density in scale with what exists. There are two things I want to address that we don't really talk about in this draft right now, but I think are important to consider. One is, if you have large lots in single family zones, or if you have very large houses in single family zones, should there be some mechanism where there can be additional units? So for example, I'm talking about a lot that might have multiple acres. There's not a lot of them, but there are some of them. Should there be a way to build multifamily in those areas within the single family zoning? The other one is with extremely large houses. We have some mansions, 8,000 square foot of floor area in a single family zone. It's probably unreasonable to expect that that's going to be occupied by a single family, especially in today's day and age when household sizes are so much smaller than they used to be. So should there be a mechanism to allow for that building to be a multifamily? Again, always trade-offs, always questions, always concerns about doing these things, but I'm putting it out there as a question. Next slide. All right, these are the medium density areas. Today we have two categories. One is low density residential. The other one is medium density. Low density more or less corresponds to the R2, two-family zoning, and medium density corresponds to the three-family zoning. We are proposing to combine the two and call it medium density residential. And we are proposing that 3 units would be allowed by right in any of these areas, effectively eliminating the R2 zone. So we also think that there should be a path to allowing for small apartment buildings in the R3 zone through a process. We don't know exactly what that mechanism is, probably some sort of special use permit, and maybe having something to do with the amount of land you have, maybe having something to do with whether there are affordable units or not. That's something that I think we still need to think about a little bit, but in terms of pure land use and density, we think that the R2 zones, which again were a fabrication in 1951 to deal with issues that were happening at the time, we think that zone really doesn't serve the purpose that today's purposes of allowing for housing. And by the way, if we go to the next slide, I just want to show you a map of actual land uses within the 2-family zones. You can see in Fox Point, anything in blue is 3 or more units. And likewise in the Elmwood neighborhood, anything in blue is 3 or more units. So that says to me that these are not 2-family zones. So let's be honest and let's upzone these areas to allow for three units on these properties. What this would do is allow for existing 2 families to add a unit. And in the rare cases where there are vacant lots in these areas, for people to build 3-family houses. Next slide. Okay, finally, this is the high density residential area. We already have some areas of high density residential. We're proposing to expand that specifically in neighborhoods close to downtown, like Smith Hill, Federal Hill, and Upper South Providence. We're also depicting it along Gano Street on the east side. You might question, why aren't we proposing it in College Hill, which is also adjacent to downtown? Most of College Hill, when you look at the zoning map, is either within an institutional zone or within a historic district. And therefore, there really isn't the opportunity there to do that. Next slide. Okay, pivoting to commercial and mixed use. The principles that exist in today's comprehensive plan are in our commercial corridors and our mixed use areas, promote mixed use, commercial, residential, higher density. We're not proposing any changes to the allowable heights in downtown or any of our commercial areas. They would remain the same. A question that I think we need to debate is, under what circumstances should the City Plan Commission be allowed to grant height incentives? And by the way, not just the City Plan Commission, but the Downtown Design Review Committee in downtown. Right now, we incentivize structured parking, mixed use with commercial uses on the ground floor, open space on publicly accessible open space, and affordable housing. Should we continue with that, or should we change it? There have been some discussions about maybe trying to incentivize green building practices. Some discussion about why do we want to incentivize parking to begin with. So maybe we don't do that. Do we grant an extra story of height for commercial space on a ground floor? Questions I think we need to talk about in the coming months. Okay, next slide. And so this is the map. Again, very, very similar to what exists. The proposed map you'll see on the right, the lines are a little bit thicker. That's just the way the image is rendered. It's intended to look pretty much exactly the same as what's on the left, with a couple of small changes. We've expanded some of the commercial nodes along, some of these commercial corridors to reflect existing, commercial properties. St. Joseph's Hospital is shown as filled in, because that's not a hospital anymore, and it will be, we hope, adaptively reused for something. But for the most part, our commercial zoning would stay along these corridors. One big idea, C1, C2, they're kind of the same zone. They have a couple of notable differences. Some auto uses are allowed in C2 by special use permit, not allowed in C1. So if we do combine those two zones, we have to make some decisions about what we allow and what we don't allow. You know, our tendency is probably to say, you know, fewer auto-related uses in the C2 zone and relegate those more to the C2 or the industrial zones. But, you know, that's the process we're working through. Next slide. General commercial, this corresponds roughly with our C3 zones, really not proposing anything different. Next. Okay, and then industrial. So our industrial areas, some of them are strictly industrial, some of them are mixed use areas. So we think that's good that we have some areas that are strictly for business, and we want to maintain that and not allow residential uses in those areas. We like mixed use in areas like Valley, you know, heading towards Onlyville. We don't really propose to change anything there. But then in our industrial areas, the Port of Providence, along the waterfront, some of our heavier industrial zones, we are sensitive to public health concerns that, you know, maybe zoning doesn't do the most effective job. While it separates uses from each other, there may be some adverse impacts from some of these industrial areas that affect neighborhoods nearby. So we want to be mindful of that, and as we look to our future zoning, consider what uses might be allowed in industrial zones. Next slide. So this looks a little different, but it's more or less the same. In today's comprehensive plan, we have business mixed use, which is the sort of lighter purple area, but then with an overlay called the jobs district. We're not breaking it out that way anymore, but what we're saying is that business mixed use, the lighter purple over here, is areas where you can have residential as well as business and light industrial, and the darker purple are areas where you can have business industrial, but you can't have residential. And then the waterfront, we're showing this waterfront mixed use. This is more like a commercial area. It probably doesn't belong on this map. It probably belongs on the mixed use commercial map. These are the W2 zones don't allow industrial uses. They allow mixed use. They behave much like our regular commercial zones. But I do want to point out the waterfront port area, an area of special concern. This is something that you know, there's been a lot of debate about this area for decades now. We are still saying that this is an area for industrial use. It's an area that has to be dependent on the waterfront because it's adjacent to the deep water port. Again, we feel that there has to be we need to evaluate the land uses. We need to refine the land uses to ensure that things that are happening in this area are not having an adverse impact on neighborhoods that might be hundreds or thousands of feet away. Next slide. Okay, institutional. We are not proposing to change any of our institutional zones, but we do think that some of the regulations of our institutional zoning could be refined. For example, off-campus student behavior, it's been an issue for some time. It continues to be an issue. We think that the institutions can do a better job of helping us with conflicts between off-campus students and residents. Next slide. And here's the map showing both the hospital and the college institutional zones. We also think, by the way, that the institutions, some of them do a better job of parking and transportation management than others. I think this should be a stronger focus going forward, where maybe our regulations should be a little bit more rigorous when it comes to the parking and traffic studies that institutions should be doing. Next slide. Open space conservation. The map on the right looks like there's a little more green. That reflects the fact that we have added some green spaces in the city since the last plan. It also reflects the fact that many of our city parks today are in residential zones. We think that they should be zoned for properly for open space. So that's why you see a little bit more green there. Next slide. So here's the the proposed future land use map. This is the basis of the zoning map. As you can see, we're intentionally not really showing, street names. It's not dimensioned. These are intended to be general, with sort of the final details being decided at the zoning map level. But the zoning map does have to implement this plan, does have to implement this map, and it does have to be consistent with it. So this is the foundation of zoning, and it sets the stage for the map. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to go back to Tim for 2 more slides to just talk about what happens next, and then we'll move into public comment, questions, and then public comment.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. So we're preparing to unveil the full draft plan with a presentation in the coming months. We want to note that in addition to the presentation and potentially public comment there, we're planning a series of neighborhood feedback events, which I'll touch on in a moment. Then there will be the CPC's official public hearing after those events and their own decision on the full draft plan. And then we're anticipating that city council review with its public hearing, with its vote, takes over in summer and fall. So the neighborhood feedback events, this is the first time that we're talking about the details here. So the goal here is to have events that are that they're in every neighborhood in Providence, not every neighborhood, but excuse me, spread around Providence. And they're open house style events where people can drop in. You can really review these proposals in detail, discuss, look at data that informs the proposals and the language, and discuss with your neighbors, with our planning staff, and share feedback. So we're going to have, of course, language access at all of these events, but we have worked with our lovely libraries in the city to make sure that we have community spaces around the city that are going to welcome us for big chunks of time. People are welcome to come to any of the events. They don't have to go to the one in their neighborhood, whatever works best for their schedules, but this is over about 2 weeks with a stop the south side, over on the west side of the city in Olneyville, a stop at the Rochambeau Library on the east side, the Wanskuck Library kind of in the north end. And then we're also going to have a Saturday sort of 4-hour period at the downtown Providence Public Library where people can drop in. But we'll be promoting this widely. So if you're, public comment at a commission is not always the most accessible. They're not always the best format to share your feedback, but we'll be doing that and reviewing that feedback and incorporating edits from there. So thank you very much.
And note, this is the email address, planning@providenceri.gov. If you have any comments outside of this meeting to share as well. Anything else from you, Bob? No. Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Bob. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but the first time I read this a couple of days ago, I was pleasantly surprised. This looks to be, if enacted, the most significant change in zoning since probably the 1950s, that really would drive our policy to show that we are wanting to produce more units of housing. We are wanting more mixed use areas. We're wanting our commercial corridors to be commercial and residential combined. I thank you guys for taking such a hard look at this. I know some people, it gets lost, but we had all those meetings last year, Tim, and I was looking at the numbers and I might have gotten my math wrong because I started writing these down after you had already switched, but it looked like affordability and more units were somewhere in between the agree and strongly agree, 93% and over 70%. That's pretty dramatic as far as a random population of the city. That shows that this is where our focus should be, is creating more density, creating more units where applicable, and putting safeguards on it at the same time. You notice that the historic districts are going to remain primarily unchanged. I had a few notes from it. Development incentives, definitely think affordability, green buildings should be part of the incentives. I don't think structured parking should be necessary. Ground floor commercial, I like the idea of it, but I think we can have design standards that effectuate the same desire. I don't know, that one I'm still open to discussing. I do think there needs to be some discussion about large lots and large homes, mansion zoning. Maybe a special use permit with very specific criteria that's easy to achieve, but also safeguards that there's no short-term or college use for those units. Because I think we've seen that a lot in the R4, and it does talk about sort of tweaking the R4 zoning about bringing it more into line as a high density, but less commercial zoning. Because I think we saw that it was a good exercise, but there are some unintended consequences of having no limits on anything in the R4, and we're starting to see that in the proposals that are coming before us. So I do think we need to tweak just a little bit of that R4 use. And it's talked about in here. I really like the fact that ADUs, row houses, appropriate density, even in low density zones, is going to be a cornerstone of this. I took notes, so you guys are welcome to take your time as well. The other areas, institutional plans, I do think we need some more teeth. We have a set of criteria that's fairly broad and easily attainable, that the institutions, the universities, the hospitals, give to us, and we have to approve their plan. I think we need to come up with more rigorous requirements for them. I do think not encouraging, I think requiring institutions to minimize traffic, parking impacts on neighborhoods, transportation demand strategies, minimizing surface lots, studying traffic and parking around their campuses. I think that needs to be a requirement. That can't be an encouraging, because encouraging them means we can't hold them accountable for it. And there have been a few other things that we've gone through that we get frustrated by the institutions. I think their carbon footprint can be a discussion as well. Their canopy coverage, we continue to discuss, but what else are they doing to make sure that they're sustainable for the future? Because they're a large economic driver for the city too. We want them to succeed as much as they want to. Sustainability in the back is a really, really big thing. There was, I think it's LU8. I think we need to have some specificity around what our strategies are to achieve sustainability goals. there's some nice broad strategies here. I think we can probably expand that a little bit more.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there will be a whole chapter on sustainability.
Right, I guess it will refer back to that chapter. But you know, I think tying the two together is important. Sustainability directly correlated to our built environment. And just parking, we have to talk about parking. Cause that's like the albatross is we want to eliminate parking completely because we don't need it, but we still need it. And so how do we thread that needle? Because we don't have the transportation infrastructure that we need in order to effectuate no parking anywhere, no parking requirements. I'd love for that to be the case. But I think we should look at surface lots and figure out how to make them not allowed anymore. It's kind of a ridiculous use of space. I don't know, that's sure I'll have more. We have plenty of public comment to go through, but let commissioners also chime in before we open up the floor.
Well, I won't go through all of the topics, but I agree with a lot of what you said, Chair. And on the institutional, the one thing I would add, and we've had this discussion sometimes when we have them here, is to encourage or find a way to actually really make sure that we get it, but more contributions to the community through use of some of their facilities, one, adding some green space and making it so that it's accessible to the community to be able to engage with their properties. In terms of incentivizing, when Bob brought that up, I agree, structured parking. For one, that's something that's rewarded already by the market. So they're already getting the reward from the market, and then we're also giving them, additional height. I think affordable housing has to be something that we need to put a lot more teeth into, to even look at potentially, after a certain size, including a percentage of affordable housing, and then for any, waivers, things of that matter, where affordable housing has more of a benefit. Because right now it's equal benefit for structured housing, mixed use, et cetera. I think affordable housing is something that has been brought up by everyone at these meetings and including in these meetings too for public testimony. And then I also saw the area about the historical districts have more protection, but some of those that are the overlay, and finding a way to incorporate those into give them the appropriate protection as well.
Thank you, Miguel. Other commissioners?
I just want to second the sort of analysis of the R4 designation, because I feel like over the time that I've been on this commission, that's come up a number of times where, sure, we want to make the city more dense. We want to increase density in the places that make sense, the places that are, highly walkable, bikeable, have the sort of transit options that, make them really livable parts of the city. But we've also seen it pushed to like an incredible scale of units, to the point where I seriously question what those units are useful for, as somebody who's planned a lot of units. And, I know how big a bathroom is, and some of the units that we're seeing don't fit much else.
Into that square footage.
Yeah, so I think, again, not trying to put up unnecessary barriers to providing the units that we need to get in the city, but also thinking about what they're being used for and are they useful to a large audience within the city. And then, and I think some of the, the places that are at risk of seeing a lot of that activity are maybe like large portions of the West Side and Smith Hill that have been designated as these highly, accessible neighborhoods. There are also neighborhoods that have a nice existing building stock. And so I think just thinking about, what we're incentivizing in terms of, you know, dealing, you know, ripping down old buildings. If there are ways to incentivize building reuse, I think that there's something to that. And then, last point I want to make was just about the incentives that we have introduced around building height and certain waivers. And I know, you know, the ones that have been talked about are ground floor commercial, energy use, or, you know, other sort of sustainability measures, publicly accessible open space and affordability. And I think there is room to, I think those four in my mind are all important. I actually think ground floor commercial could be really important. But I think some of them are easier to attain than others. And it's possible that we could think about combining them so that, you know, you must provide two of the four.
Or having a level of importance or like a weight.
Right, and it shouldn't be assumed that extra height just comes with the minimum, you know.
Yeah, it's still up to our discretion.
Yeah.
I like that. I do agree, and I don't want it to sound like I'm tearing apart R4. I think we needed to do it and see what happened, and that's exactly what we did. And now we're seeing what happened, and I think we just have to adjust.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was an interesting sort of case study.
You've been around for most of the R4. I think it
Yeah.
was only adopted a few months before you joined us. You know, one other thing that I forgot to bring up, that I don't want to steal your thunder, but I think building code needs to adapt also. We were talking about, you know, all these 3-family houses. If you build a new 3-family house, not the fire code, but the building code requires that you put sprinklers in the building. Not the fire code, the building code. Why is that? Shouldn't it be the fire code that dictates when sprinklers are appropriate? I mean, that's a hurdle for development. So I think we have to look at more than just this as we talk about all these things and look at ways that we can make it easier to build units, not minimizing life safety. That's very important. But I think there's ways to do it intelligently that are still safe and still makes sense to invest in. So sorry about that. Dave, Will, Noel, any of you like to chime in? You can just say ditto too if you.
Sure, that bill is actually being heard tonight at the General Assembly, potentially reconciling the fire code, the building code in Rhode Island to get to a 3 to 6 family residential code with no diminishment of fire life safety. So that's happening at the state level. I believe that's one of the speaker's housing package bills, what's happening at the state level. And just as a small point, when we talk about green building, what we're really talking about here is decarbonization and not using gas or oil. That's the most important thing. The only building that gets cleaner over time is an electric building. So, anyway, the green building is kind of a misunderstood terms at times. We just say no combustion in the building is something I think we should try to incentivize wherever we can.
And then there are different levels of LEED certification for buildings and things like that as well, that I don't know, maybe we talk about all that stuff. This is our aspirational document. If we want to strive for something better, this is where we put it. Will?
I think, you know, the main note I had was not to harp on R4, but, you know, if we could make it by default to prohibit any short-term rentals in R4. I think that was being taken advantage of, and it's something that was getting too far into our neighborhood. So if we can close that loophole, that would be very helpful.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, I think, you know, again, I want to give a big round of applause to Tim, to Bob, to Alexis, who was here earlier. I know how much work. Oh, there you are. You're behind Will. Sorry. This is a huge effort getting this to us, and I think it's a really, really good draft. I'm really pleased with where we're at. There's some refining to still do, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot of comments. But before we hear any comments, good, bad, or otherwise, I just want to say thank you. This is a really good start, and I'm really pleased with where we're at. So With that, again, won't be a Q&A session. This will be, if you want us to get back with you, Bob and Tim may already have your contact information. If your contact information is here or you would like a response, we can try to work that out after this meeting. You can talk to Bob. But this will be a comment section, and we're going to limit it to 3 minutes per person because there's quite a lot of people here and online who want to speak. So let's call up our first person, and it's Aaron Hill.
Hi, my name's Aaron Hill. Last name is Hill. I'm a resident of Washington Park and a member of the Providence Urbanist Network. I want to applaud and support the work of the planning department in coming up with this land use strategy draft. I am particularly supportive of the work to shift parcels from R2 to R3 use and from the 3-family to multifamily use. I think that this is a major move forward. And if we look around the country, cities that have taken similar steps, they have seen more houses built, they have seen rents gone down while their population rises. And I think that is exactly the kind of thing that we want to see in the city of Providence. I personally live in a triple decker that is in a R2 zoned neighborhood. And I think that's a shame. I think we should be able to build more triple deckers like that in neighborhoods. I would hope that we can build, you know, traditional forms of New England housing like triple deckers and row house essentially by right anywhere in the city of Providence. I don't think anyone takes particular offense to these types of housing. But I think if we really want to even more leverage the strides forward that have been made in the land use strategy, there's certain steps that need to be taken. I would love to see more work done on eliminating parking minimums. And then I think there's a lot of specific points that can be done, like loosening restrictions on lot size, setbacks, safety regulations in buildings like the sprinklers, that could really make it so that not only are things zoned for in these areas, but we actually have people who in the next decade are going to want to build them and are going to want to be able to build them at a price point that is affordable to the majority of Providence residents. I would love to see that over the next decade in this city, and I hope we can move forward with the plan.
Thank you, Aaron. Oh yes, let's do it that way. We'll start lining up on deck too. Dan Morris and Mel Rainsberger is on deck.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Morris, last name Morris. I first want to acknowledge, because of the length of the meeting, we did have people who wanted to testify tonight who had to leave, unfortunately. It would be nice if these meetings could, I know it's hard to gauge what would be popular or not, but it would be nice in the future to have the popular items up first, that those who want to give public testimony can. I know some people are leaving, due to the length of the meeting tonight. As was mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the top story of Rhode Island for the past year has been our housing market. The average single-family home in the state sells for about $450,000. Rents, like mine on my chest here, are exorbitant, and so usually many renters in the city can take up half our income, as it does for me. One thing that is nice is the R2 to R3, which I also support, as Aaron said before me. I live in a triple decker, and then also a R2 neighborhood in Elmhurst. And my unit, because it's a triple decker, is probably cheaper a little bit than if I was renting in a double decker, probably by a few $100s, which would be even more difficult for me to afford. So there are many usually complaints about talking a lot about parking and such, concerns about traffic. One of the nice things about the draft proposed is that towards the end, under objective LU 12, there is mobility, talking about working with RIPTA, bike lanes, making sure that there are non-car accessibility to these units, which would therefore decrease traffic concerns and make the streets safer. And also at the beginning of the presentation, it was mentioned that our family sizes in the city are getting smaller. People are having less children. That's probably because housing is unaffordable. Can't have kids if you can't afford a home.
upzoning is necessary to decrease rents like mine. If my rent was lower, I could save for a family. I could spend more in my local economy, shopping at small businesses on Hope Street, whatnot. I could save for healthcare expenditures. I could save for education. I could save for a lot of things. By upzoning, it's a supply and demand issue. Simply more supply, cheaper rents. So R2 to R3 would be great. I would love to see my own neighborhood in Elmhurst upzoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel, you're up. Liz Moran is on deck.
Hello and thank you. My name is Mel Rainsberger. My last name is Rainsberger. I'm also here as a member of PUN. I'm also here as the person that runs the Providence 48-hour film project. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about that, which is that we're a film festival. It's fun, but also that there's a great deal of improv. And if you've ever done improv, there's yes and. So yes, let's do this. Let's take R2 to R3. And let's make sure that we're reducing parking minimums. Yes, and let's make the buses affordable and run and go to the neighborhoods people want to be in. Yes, and let's add another story to a double decker, to a triple decker. I live in a triple decker right now. It is $1,950 a month without utilities. It is unaffordable to live in this city, and this city will die if it is not affordable. I hear horror stories about the 80s and nobody being here. This is the track we're on, to make big buildings that nobody lives in because they're too expensive, because there's nothing here for people to live in. We want families, we need to make it affordable. We want cool stuff happening, make it affordable. And so I say yes, and let's do all of the above every single moment that we wonder, should we make space for people? We should. We should make space for artists, people with disabilities, people of color, families, all of it. It's not a fight between us. It's a fight to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we're missing Liz, so Cameron Lafreniere and Linda Penn on deck. Linda Perry. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It looked like two N's.
Hi, I'm Cameron Lafreniere, last name Lafreniere. I'm a resident of Wayland Square. I am able to enjoy life in a way that many people in the city cannot. It is one of the wealthiest areas in the city. It is one of the areas that has the greatest walkability, and it has many features that, if this comprehensive plan were to go through, would allow other parts of the city and other types of residents be able to access these types of amenities that are really, really important to day-to-day life. I rarely use a car because I'm able to access services that allow me to live day-to-day without having to get on the Washington Bridge and, lose my mind. Unfortunately, it seems that some people here tonight don't see the value in having smaller residential spaces, which often accommodate our, growing population, yet lower family size, including artists. And I think it's a mistake to consider, whether R4, smaller units in R4 is maybe a mistake, when really the problem is probably the price. Let's be real. As we mentioned before, there are, apartments in the city that cost $3,000 next to an apartment that costs, half that. It seems that we are not focused on solving the issues of gentrification and the issues that come with more residents of higher incomes into lower income communities. And I really think it's very problematic that that's not a major part of this plan, and considering that we don't have any concrete goals when it comes to affordable housing in terms of having a concrete number of percentage of units that would be required to be built in these areas. I read today, Zillow says we are the #1 rent increase market in the entire country at 8.1% as of last month. We need to sound the alarm bells. Like, I don't think people that are kind of so-so in this issue really understand the gravity of the situation. I don't want us to become San Francisco. There are real consequences, not just to you, if you have, are lucky enough to own the city, that come from not having enough housing. So I think we really need to think hard about what's most important here and make sure we're able to put these plans into action right away, because people needed it a long time ago, and not just, right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Linda, you're up, and Jennifer. Lorelei, yeah, you're up. You're on deck. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Perry. I live in Washington Park. I'm going to flip the script for just a minute here and talk about land use, which I thought that was, besides residential. Living in the shadows of Provport, there's a lot going on there, but it doesn't look like it, but there is. And it reflects in really bad, poor air quality, poor quality of life impact. And that's been going on for quite a while. And with the overabundance of parking lots and the pavement issues and the hospitals and the port and the Balvors of the world and the parking lots too much. And in building, the more you build, the more you have less impervious space, more the water doesn't have a place to go. That is going to be a big problem going forward. When somebody has a double lot and they sell it, they have to cement their whole yard so they have a place to park their existing cars for their tenants. And then the new place takes up all of the land, and now you have nowhere for the water to go. And you multiply that times 1,000 in different parts of the state, and you have a serious runoff problem. And I know that you guys are addressing that. I don't want to get off topic here, but the environmental impact study of growth should be part of your ABCs, environmental impact studies. In my neighborhood, we have student housing, and they're dormitories. They're single-family houses with like 10 mailboxes on the outside. No fire escapes, no second legal egresses. So we have a real lack of enforcement that's been systemic for a long time. And how is that going to be addressed going forward? I have a concern with that. I see houses being added on to and no fire escapes. And for years, Washington Park was kind of like blown up and taken advantage of. And all the investors moved out and families moved in, paid a lot, but they have a piece of the pie now. And there's still rentals. So, accessory dwellings, does that include, and this is a question, if I'm allowed to ask a question, will that be retroactive if somebody builds a 2-family house and they put in 3 gas meters and 3 electric meters, and they come back to you and say, oh, well, we want to make it a 3-family now? Is that going to be okay by planning? Or is that going to be a no? And I can hear I'm up, my couple of minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll address some of these at the end.
Thank you.
So Jennifer, you're up, and there's Doris?
That's
Doug?
Doug Victor.
Yeah, Doug, okay.
Doris.
That was my mother's name.
On deck.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Jennifer Laurelli, Laurelli. Thank you so much for working so hard on the draft and having us here tonight. Your draft spells out some height limits. For example, in objective LU3, objective L4 talks about new buildings maybe up to 4 stories, defines height limits in B. in C, it says in the area designated as downtown mixed use, it just is very vague. It says refine design regulations and rules pertaining to height as appropriate. I have three questions, and I understand that they won't be answered tonight, but eventually I hope we get them answered. Because the Fane building was such a frightening situation that we spent a lot of money and a lot of time in our city, and we're all so glad that it's gone. And one of the major reasons why, or one of the major limits that we could use against the Fane building was our zoning was very succinct and well defined. And so I'm concerned that there's no specificity spelled out in this plan. You mentioned earlier that the downtown area does have specificity, but I would like to see it spelled out. So when the next lawsuit comes, we have it in writing. So I'm also wondering why the jewelry district is defined as a downtown area. Because, and then as defined as a downtown area, it would have to be within the zoning that's defined for downtown. Because the jewelry district has its own history, it has its own character, it has its own, it's very different from downtown. Also separately, this land use plan gives minor mention to flooding because some land will eventually flood regularly here in Providence. Where is the plan for that? And where will the building limits for land that will be underwater within 10 years? Where is that?
Thank you. Okay, Doug, you're up. Tyler Romero is on deck.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Doug Victor, VICTO. Cranston Avenue. The first thing I'd like to echo a previous comment made about can you hear me? About the placement, sorry, about the I'm very tired, sitting for 3 hours and about the placement of this.
Hang on 1 second.
Hello?
Let's pause this. The battery?
It's possible.
It's possible it's a battery. Yeah, it's going in and out, so I think we killed it. The microphone is done with us for tonight. No, we'll get a new battery in it. We'll start over, Doug. Don't worry.
Just your luck.
How many planners does it change?
3. There's only 2 up there, so we need 1 more.
Test.
Thank you, Lev. Troyan, appreciate the assist. All right,
Yes.
go ahead, start again.
Is that good? Because
We
you can hear me
now, yes.
Good, I'm not fading in and out. So I'd like to get back, and I'd like to reiterate a previous comment in terms of the placement of this presentation at the end of a long CPC meeting. And I would like to request in the future that future rollouts of the comprehensive plan have their own time that's differently specified, not as the last item on the, agenda of the CPC. I really wish I was asleep right now, but I'm not. So I've been here for a long time. We've weathered through. We've lost 4 people from the neighborhoods because they couldn't stay. And those are critical voices that we're losing in this process. So please take heed of that. I would like to speak, as a resident of the south side of, Providence. Historically, it was one of the most wealthy neighborhoods in Providence, in the industrial area. And then, there was a lot of things that happened, including redlining and including building the highway and a lot of people moving away and property values declining, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the neighborhood for many, many decades has been under-resourced. We have lost so many properties there, so many residential properties there. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a call for something that I think of restorative development, which means as you're building in neighborhoods, that you're building in the style of what existed previously and also what exists presently. So it's a call for preserving neighborhood housing stock integrity. And many of us have been horrified by some of the recent developments and some of the developments in the pipeline that are coming in that are so just out of scale and so unreasonable for the neighborhoods that they're coming into. And I know you've heard a lot of comment about that. So I would like to advocate for more places for green spaces in the city. There are 120 parks. In 2008, after 16 years of planning, we built Peace and Plenty Park on Peace Street. Took us 16 years. We've got it there. It's a park property. Across the street, there's Peace and Plenty Community Garden. That garden was created in 1987. The owner of that property, that garden, is a developer, Paolino Properties, who owns St. Joseph's Hospital property. That 16 plus acres of impervious parking lot is, a heat island that in the drought of 2022, most gardeners of the 40-something gardeners at Peace and Plenty lost everything because they could not keep up with the conditions that presented. So I think impervious surfaces, I think heat islands need to be added to the list, and also to echo another comment that was made, to be really sensitive about historic district overlays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Tyler, you're up, and Marissa Brown, you're on deck.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Romero, Romero. I live, it's late, I live up on Hope Street in the Hope or Summit neighborhood. And I'm going to start with an opportunity for growth and then ramp up to some things I think you're really doing excellently. I'm a history buff, and so I appreciated some of your history about zoning practices in the state of Rhode Island and Providence in the 20s and 50s. But one thing I think you failed to mention that is quite key to zoning practices in the 50s, aside from the thought of greater density, is race and racism. I think it needs to be spelled out quite explicitly that some of the reasons that our current zoning practices are in place is because of straight up racism, redlining, white flight by middle and upper class white people, and the highway that goes right through the city. With that said, I'm really grateful of all the work that y'all have been doing for this planning process. I'm really excited about the upzoning that's occurring throughout the city and moving forward, looking at the different types of housing that could be built. So I really think it's important that I hear a lot about families. I'm a part of a family. I like to start a family, but nonetheless, there's more than just families that live in our community. There are students do exist, individuals, old people live by themselves or with friends. And so there's a reality that says that we need all types of housing, which I would be for. So at the end of the day, we are in a serious housing crisis, that the things that we do now, we won't even see real positive outcomes for, if we do the max right now for years. So I would encourage us to go as far as we can to address density. Like I said, I live in the Summit Hope neighborhood. Crank that density up. It's okay. I'm a fan of that. I want more neighbors and all types of neighbors. And so as I end this, I just want to applaud you for all the work that you've been doing and for all the public comment that's here. Oh, and I'm a member of the Providence Urbanist Network. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do want to thank everyone that's commenting on staying within the 3 minutes. You guys are doing a great job at that. I appreciate that. There are a lot of people we still have to get through. We're not even through the first page, and we still have all of the people online. So Marissa, you're up. Vincent Bonanno, you're on deck. Lily Bogosian's after that.
I think Ben left also, just FYI.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So then Lily Bogosian's on deck. And after that will be Christine West.
Thank you. I'm not gonna spend time echoing, but I have a lot of positive feelings about this draft plan. I just said to Tim on the way in, there's a lot of humanity in it that is not in plans like this all the time, that can be written sort of in a technocratic way. I appreciate the fact that you are naming the challenges, even if you don't necessarily have solutions at this point. So I appreciate that throughout the plan. A couple of really quick comments. One is that, as a lot of people know, I'm just talking about historic districts for a second, how this plan is going to define historic districts. The city has 8 historic districts, and there are 35 districts in Providence that are national historic districts. So with that said, I think, some parts of the city are overrepresented in the city's historic districts. So I am wondering if there is a way to balance this with reference possibly to the national historic districts. The reason is that the city's historic districts pay more attention to the east side, the west side, Elmwood, at the expense of all of the other neighborhoods in Providence, some of which are represented in the national historic districts. So I'm just thinking about the benefits, potentially, if communities want to be be defined as a historic district. They may not want to be. But I am thinking a little bit about the benefits of being defined as a historic district in this plan, and whether those districts are equitable or not. In the city, these districts were created as far back as 1960, but in the 1980s, 1990s, since then, we all, I think, have a much more inclusive and equitable definition of historic significance. And so I think that there may be a need to create a more equitable way of defining historic districts here, so that we're not replicating and actually magnifying spatial inequality that exists because those districts were created such a long time ago. So that's one comment about historic districts. I had a couple, and I'm going to be under 3 minutes too. One is, I really appreciate that you are raising the question of how to incentivize adaptive reuse many times throughout the plan, and discourage demolition. The city is at a point where we are seeing the adoption of carbon neutrality standards. And so I'm also really thinking about not just when is a building carbon neutral, but how do we account for the carbon costs of demolition and new construction? And how do we really incentivize value adaptive reuse because of how it contributes to our city's sustainability goals? I'm really excited to see that here. I think also I'm sure many people are concerned about looking at that ring of enhanced growth, concerns about gentrification and displacement, which you raise in the plan already, and I'm really happy it's here. But just how do we make sure that as that growth picks up, people can stay in their homes? And finally, the question about whether it's time for a city committee on design as a lot of growth picks up. There are a lot of cities that have models to look at, and I'll conclude. But thank you very much. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you very much. Lily and Christine West on deck. And then there's Sean Sierra Patter is on deck after Christine.
I'm gonna put my glasses on even though I didn't really write anything. I'm Lily Bogosian, Lilybogosian, and I am with the Fox Point Neighborhood Association as their president at the moment. I congratulate Tim for all the hard work that he and his team have done. I know they've worked very hard. And I think all of us recognize the need for more housing. There's no question that we need it. I think the question is, where do we need it? And I think in some areas, I feel like there is a propensity on the part of the plan to densify in areas that are not necessarily deserving of density. And one of them, and I'm speaking personally, is Fox Point. And specifically Wickenden Street, which I think is slated for over densification. The reason I say this is that Wickenden is one of the few very vibrant streets left in Providence with a growing business economy. And it's local businesses, it's people who live right in the city, people who walk to their businesses. And I feel like we're going to be putting them out of business because a lot of the new buildings that come in, there's one that came in only so far on Wickenden, cannot support local businesses because the rents are too steep. Typically, when a new developer moves in, for all the economic reasons that we know of, they have to put their rents way up. Now, I know there is a thinking that eventually rents will go down for residents, but for the economy, they don't. They don't go down for the local businesses. So I'm very concerned about that. And I would simply urge the commission to think about Wickenden Street and possibly pulling back a little bit on the densification on that street. Just the part of the street that would be beyond the Point Street Bridge where it crosses over. So that's all I have to say for tonight. With regard to that, I do want to point out one more thing since I have a few minutes left, a few
24
seconds,
seconds.
which is that a number of our residents are often asking how many new units are there. In the last meeting alone, one of the questions that we had was, well, are there really going to be 2,000 new units in our area? And I said, no, I think my recent numbers that I've heard is there are going to be 5,000 new units right in our neighborhood. So we're somewhere in between. We have no idea. And it's very hard to tell our neighbors and the people who support our organizations and the local businesses what those numbers look like. So I just wanted to say that we'd love to see that information coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
All right, Christine, then we have Sean, and then we have Ian Saxene on deck after Sean. Former Chair West, welcome.
Hi, it's good to be back, and I actually mean that. So thank you for all your hard work. I know how much time and thought you put onto this. I really want to congratulate Bob, Tim, Troyan, everybody at planning for all the hard work of where we are and the hard work to come. So I'll try to keep my remarks to 3 basic points, some of which you may have heard already, but food for thought. There's a reason I've devoted much of my professional career as an architect. My firm is Kite Architects. We're right over the bridge in Upper South Providence, to the notion of urban redevelopment. I have grasped because that's what I do. And my first point is that the city used to be bigger. We were over 250,000 people. The city can support this. There are a lot of reasons why it started to decline after World War II. Some have been pointed out, but we can handle this. And this is another reason why our tax is so high. We used to have another 20% of people paying for all this stuff that we built, all the roads, all the snow plowing, all the water service, all the tree and forestry service, which we hold near and dear. So we have been bigger, and I think this really sets us on a path to fit within the city that was once here. We're merely growing into our shell like a hermit crab, as it were. So the second point I wanted to make is one that Tim already made,
12,000 people, new people in the last 2-3 years. And so just to score that point, I sat there and doodled what this looks like. This is what it looks like. It's a spike. And I invite you to Google Rhode Island population growth. And what you're going to find is a chart that was developed by statewide planning in 2005 that basically flatlined and predicted no growth. So this spike, this huge spike has caught us all by surprise. So I think what we're doing here tonight is absolutely deserved. This is not going to slow down. And this is absolutely why everybody's rent has skyrocketed. So the third point I want to make is simply why I got into this business and why I'm in Providence and why our firm does the work it does. And that's because urban redevelopment is at its heart an environmental issue. I think there have been some legitimate concerns about stormwater runoff, about urban heat islands. Those are solvable. Rhode Island has the unique position of being the best at reducing energy use per capita, yet we have some of the worst and least efficient housing stock. Why is that? It's because we are already dense as a state. We're clustered around the bay. Our transportation costs are so much lower than other states because of that density. That's something precious, that's part of our heritage, and something that we can hold on to. So that's why our firm is looking at densification and development as well as sustainability measures. So that's it. Thanks everybody for coming out. It's great to see everybody.
Thank you, Christine. Sean, Ian on deck, and Matt Shaling on deck after.
Hi, I'm Sean Sierra Pativ. It's Sierra-Patev. I know my handwriting's a bit messy over there. I'm a resident of Mount Hope, at least I am for now. My rent goes up about $100 a year, and I would be willing to bet that the unit growth in Mount Hope has been negative over the last 10 years. There's absolutely no new housing. And so when I finally can't pay that rent anymore, I will certainly be going to another neighborhood because I can't afford that anymore. I wanted to keep this really brief, and I don't want to echo everybody else who said some really wonderful things. But I did want to say there have been a few touches on the connection between housing and environmental policy. And I think that that's incredibly important. The population is growing, but it's just a fact. There are more people. And if we don't give them dense and sustainable places to live here in Providence, we're going to have to sprawl out elsewhere and use considerably more space, energy, and resources per capita. The sensible thing to do is to make sure that we can do that here. And like we just heard, we haven't even filled out our shell yet. We've got lots of space to do it. We have already thriving and vibrant and diverse neighborhoods that used to be even more full of thriving and diverse, dense people. And yeah, let's do that. It's great. That's it. That's all I want to say. Wonderful night.
Thank you very much. All right, Ian, Matt, Julian Drix is on deck after Matt.
My name's Ian's. How are you again?
No, you just talked into it.
Oh, okay. My name's Ian Saxene, Saxine, resident of Fox Point on Wickenden Street. We want more neighbors, absolutely. Proud member of PUN as well. I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work. I want to echo that comment. Speaking about the people coming to Providence, I urge everyone to think about this growth as a good thing. This is good for the environment. This is good for our economy. This is good for our city. And I hear a lot from my neighbors more skeptical of growth, talking about our character. And I think we can all agree that a city's build and layout is more than just a collection of structures. It's also an expression of our values. And we can take pride in our architectural legacy, but also our history as a place for refugees and for diverse, creative people looking for a home. In this country today, there are far too many places where people seeking autonomy over their own bodies, whether abortion rights or trans rights or others, have to choose between bodily autonomy here or affordable housing. I think that is a cruel and false choice. And so if we're going to live up to our character and values that the strong majority of us share, in order to be a truly welcoming city, we have to build like we believe it. Now, the CPC has already mentioned that voters and strong majorities of people consulted. have already said that this housing crisis, as well as environmental issues, are their top priorities. So what I hear is that you have a mandate for boldness and not caution. And so today, I respectfully ask for you to act on that in terms of when thinking about making these difficult decisions about zoning and costs, that we should embrace this growth, that this is in fact not an abandonment of our character, but it's in fact an embracing of the best of the city that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matt's up, Julian's on deck, Cedric Yee after that.
Thank you for having us. I'm Matt Schelling, SCHAELLING. I live at 372 Lloyd Avenue. They're kind of on the border of Wayland and Blackstone. And I want to express my support for a lot of the things that we've seen here today. Huge fan of combining R2 and R3. I'm really excited you all recognize what already exists throughout our whole city. You know, like I said, in the neighborhood that I live in, I've walked nearly every street and there's hardly a block without a building or two that do not conform to the existing R1, R2 zoning around me. And so I really like the idea of reforming our zoning to reflect the actual housing stock that's there, that already is part of this historic character that we all love, that we all live here in Providence for. We should recognize what the character is and not pretend like the character is something rural and provincial and bucolic and whatnot in that nature. I would love to see the enhanced growth areas that we have. I would love to see that they're focused on all areas within a quarter mile of roads with high level of RIFTA service. I see that not all of those corridors, that many, but not all of those corridors are reflected in the map that we saw there. And so really thinking about where is the state's transit plan focusing on putting state funds in and putting our housing there. And also I think something that's really important to me, especially in relation to, we just talked about, we heard some comments about, you know, not every neighborhood, not every place in the city should take part of this city goal to increase housing stock, that some places should be exempt. But I think as a principle of fairness, that we all need to put kind of our money where our mouth is and be willing to produce housing units. And so I think it's really important to ensure that managed growth means to make meaningful space for increased family units. You know, because I live on the east side and I have friends. You know, I'm 30, my wife and I, we would love to have kids. I have friends who are married, who are looking for somewhere to live there on the east side. They want to be able to walk to work downtown or ride their bike to work downtown. And they've been looking for almost a year now, and they can't find anything to buy that's not over $1 million. And so I just want to see, you know, accessory dwelling units, commercial units, townhomes, triple deckers. I have a lovely little park for kids that's just a couple blocks away from me there in Wayland. And, you know, I would love to have some more children there in the neighborhood. You know, if I'm there, I want to have kids around for my children to play with. And so I feel like that's the vision that I have for the east side. And I think we need more beautiful townhomes, triple deckers, accessory dwelling units, just like have already been built there in a lot of cases. And so thank you for your vision. And I'm happy also to hear, as a side note, a little bit of the importance of considering of building codes. You know, single stair buildings sound pretty cool and important to me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Julian, Cedric Yee on deck, and then Justin Bruns.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Julian Drix. I'm here tonight as a Providence resident. I live in the Washington Park neighborhood. I'm also the chairperson of the Providence Sustainability Commission, and I'm here representing that role, but as an individual, not representing the whole commission, since we will be engaging with planning around this in our next meeting in April. When I marked down on the list, I had to check support or oppose, and I wasn't sure yet because I wanted to hear the presentation. I did mark oppose, and I want to condition that because I do absolutely support what everyone is saying and what the commissioners have all said around housing, in particular, and density as being really essential and important. I'm here to advocate and represent what the city has done around creating the groundbreaking climate justice plan. And we've had a process of working to integrate that climate justice plan into other city documents, including our zoning code and now the comprehensive plan. And I'm very supportive of the efforts to do that. And housing is one of the major priorities and goals of the climate justice plan. And so more housing, more density. And I think we could go further than what's in here. I don't see why single family zoning needs to exist anymore in this modern age in the urban areas. The reason I checked oppose is because of the industrial growth areas that are there in the section, particularly objective LU5 and the strategies around industrial growth, as well as the blue-green growth areas. There have been long-standing issues, particularly around the Port of Providence and waterfront areas, but the other industrial areas as well. If you compare our land use maps and the industrial growth areas to national environmental justice maps, there are new tools from the CDC with an environmental justice index and from the White House with their environmental screening tool. There's almost a one-to-one match for our worst of environmental justice impacts and our industrial growth areas, particularly looking at the area around the 95, 195, where all the traffic backup is happening right now by the hospitals, Allen's Ave. That area is in the 99th percentile nationwide, meaning it is in the worst of the worst compared to every other place in the country, up there with environmental justice hotspot sacrifice zones. We cannot afford 10 more years of business as usual when it comes to growing our industry. I recognize that we have a need for growth in certain particular areas like offshore wind, and I do support that. But without major changes in this industrial growth area, I cannot support this comprehensive plan as is. Over the past 10 years, we have had major issues with expansions of industries that are there. The language is very vague. It gives kind of a nod to the concerns in the community around public health and environmental issues, but it is not embedded in the strategies whatsoever. The strategies are about growth. And while they'll say, you know, while prioritizing clean and green resilient industry, those are just fluff words. The scrap yards that are there, the toxic waste disposal facilities that are there could call themselves recycling and say that they are clean and green. So we need teeth in that section. We cannot allow more fossil fuels. We cannot allow more chemical imports. We have to get rid of what's there, and we need to support the type of industry we need for a sustainable future and to address the environmental justice and long-term racist histories that are embedded in these industrial areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So I should say before Cedric gets up, Justin Bruns and then Sharon Steele is on deck. We have really received a lot of public comment prior to this meeting. If you sent it in, we've seen it. One of those, I see the name and it brings to mind. You submitted a letter. You are the 15-year-old classical student? Yeah, classical high. Is that not classical? Oh, but you're a high school student. Okay. Thank you for coming out. I'm very, very impressed by your letter and the fact that you're here today to talk about this. So thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. My name is Cedric. I'm a 15-year-old high school student. First of all, thank you all so much for your time. And like, it's been a very long meeting. And I really appreciate all of your devotion to and hard work for the city. And most of what I wanted to say is actually in the letter. Other bodies I've been to do not read written testimony, so I really appreciate your consideration. So to save your time, I'll just leave it there. Thank you so much for all the work you do for the city. And I hope to see more growth, more upzoning near frequent transit, reduced or eliminated parking minimums, and allow legalization of gentle density by right in the comp plan. It's really good, but with an unprecedented housing crisis and an opportunity that only comes once every 10 years, we need to do everything we can to mitigate our housing crisis. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, thank you for coming. Justin is not here. Okay, then Sharon and Joyce Stamp Lilly, and then Gabe Long. So you guys are on deck after Sharon.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm Sharon Steele, Jewelry District Association President, and my first plea is to please put the Jewelry District on the map. We have been here a very long time, and we are not, we are part of downtown in some way, but we are not downtown. So thank you. I'm just going to speak to process. The work product is impressive. And I'm going to speak to ways that I think the way we've handled the presentation tonight is disrespectful of your own product, because this is a long meeting. We have lost people. And I would hope that as we move forward, if we're going to have meetings for the comp plan, it's only the comp plan that is discussed in one of those meetings, because this is the most important thing that we are doing. And that's the only way this is going to work from my perspective. The other thing is that in order to get participation and feedback, the neighborhoods need to receive this draft 2 weeks before we engage in this discussion, to allow us to have time to convene a meeting. So this is the most important thing that we are going to do. And it's really important to get it right there. This is an opportunity. We want it to be collaborative. So we want our neighborhoods to have enough time to sit, to discuss, so that when we come back, we have a product that doesn't waste time, and it will become a more productive and more collaborative product, right? Thanks. I have just a couple of more things. There have been extraordinarily important comments, like from Marissa, things like from Chris, things that we need to incorporate so we can be more specific, we can be more aspirational. We do need design teams. There are so many extraordinary things that we can get out of this product. And what I am hoping for is that by doing this, giving enough time for people to literally dissect it, digest it, and come back to you so we can have this process. Please, please try to improve the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Joyce, and then Gabe on deck.
Hello, my name is Joyce Stamp Lilly. I live on William Street in Fox Point. I'm part of the spike of the new people moving back to Providence. I'm from Rhode Island, but I escaped after 30 years in Texas, and it's like I've died and gone to heaven. So I just have a couple of concerns that I'd like to raise. And the first one is that I hope the city is working on putting some teeth in the rules or in the guidelines, or put some bumpers on something for developers that might want to come in and build one of these 6-story boxes with windows that then 2 years later they're going to sell to RISD or Brown, thereby losing the housing for the city that we need and losing the tax base that the city also needs. The other concern that I have, I guess I just mentioned in my previous sentence. You know, some of us who are old enough look back on construction from the 60s or 70s and say, look at those beige, brick, brown, ugly buildings. And you may remember what they look like. Most of them are still around in some places. But we're going to do the same thing. Maybe not me, but some of you younger people are going to look around and say, who built these big square boxes that are so ugly? And they're popping up everywhere. So I certainly hope that at least on the, and I guess this is outside the plan, but the 195 little strip of land that used to be 195 and now it's green space, and it's so nice as green space, and it should remain green space.
Yes.
Because it should be an anchor to that beautiful little federal park, the Roger Williams Park at the north end of North Main Street, or the middle part of North Main Street. And that could be a park at the south end of South Main Street. And it would be perfect and beautiful. And that's what we should have, and not a big block that blocks the whole view of the city. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabe, and then we're gonna move to our online contingent. JJ Conti and Mike Bell, you guys are on deck. Make sure to be ready.
Hi, I'm Gabe Long. I'm with the West Broadway Neighborhood Association Community Development Committee. Overall, really heartened to see this plan, reiterating what's been said, but thank you all for your incredibly hard work on this, especially the 75 community meetings. That is really no joke. And I think really creates buy-in to this. I want to make a point that's a little more about sort of planning philosophy than specifics. I think it's especially relevant to the R3 zones or medium density zones in the new plan and historic districts, but applies across the board. There's several places in the draft that refer to the character of neighborhoods, the fabric of neighborhoods, not wanting to disturb the fabric or character with buildings that aren't reflective of what's already there. And I just want to make the point that I think the people who live in a neighborhood are very much a part of the character as well as the buildings. And so when we think about how to avoid having those people be priced out, I think, you know, we have to balance a little bit this sense of what belongs in a neighborhood, whether it's a 3-story or a 4-story building versus what that somewhat larger, somewhat more dense building might enable in that neighborhood in terms of affordability. You know, I'm thinking particularly in R3, row houses are allowed by right. Why not small multifamilies? You can have the same building that can have 3 large, expensive row houses, or it can have 9 much more affordable 1-bedrooms. You know, we're not talking about putting the Fane Tower on Broadway or something, but you know, I think there is definitely room in these historic districts, in these R3 zones, for there to be a little more upzoning, a little more you know, wiggle room just to not create affordability throughout the city overall, although that is an important goal, but to create affordability within these neighborhoods, to preserve the character, the human character in these neighborhoods by allowing people to stay in the places that they've been. You know, that person who can tell you who used to live in your house or what that business down the street used to be, that is a huge part of being in a neighborhood. It's certainly been a big part of my experience living in this city and getting to know it. So thank you all again very much.
Thank you, Ted. All right, moving to online. If there are others that wanted to speak, maybe just move to a round table up here and we'll get to you after we get to the online folks. If you want to speak online or raise your virtual hand in the bottom middle portion of your screen. And if you're calling in, press *9. JJ, you have been unmuted. Go ahead and speak.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into making this document. You guys have taken the time to identify a specific problem of more housing. And if you look at the outcome of the map, this map is clearly addressing that. And I commend you for that effort. The part where I see this is lacking is in South Providence in the port area. I don't think that a clear problem has been identified there. So there isn't a clear vision for what that area should become. I think this is a problem, and I appreciate you guys. And I would challenge the committee to say, you know, are they being as aggressive as possible with providing an aspirational document to what that area should become? Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Bell. And on deck is DC, and then Daria Brashear.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My comments are regarding sort of I will echo what the last speaker just said about the South Providence area. I was wondering about why sort of the Allens Avenue stretch through Providence has not been flagged as sort of an area for growth, or at least not a growth corridor. It seems like that's an area that could benefit from some development. In terms of the housing that everyone's been talking about, I don't think that under our current system of capitalism that housing will never be affordable under the sort of paradigm that we have found, in terms of, as long as there's a profit motive, we will not have affordable housing for everyone if the incentive is purely profit-based. And so I would like to see the city incentivize the affordable housing through more government intervention so that we can actually provide housing to people in a way that's not completely profit driven, which only puts money into the pockets of the developers, the lenders, and all the other people in the real estate pipeline. So I think that that's an area that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. DC, you're up. You can unmute yourself now, and Daria Brashear on deck, and Christian Roseland also on deck.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the CPC for hosting this meeting and for the planning department, the tremendous effort that's gone into clearly.
Can you just state your name?
Oh, yes. My name is Drew Carlson, DC. I'm a resident of the Mount Hope neighborhood. The context of, it's really a rhetorical question, but for consideration of this body and the planning department is, we have the discussion of density. Recently, 103 Evergreen was proposed to perhaps be rezoned as R4. Under the new comp plan, I just want to understand what that high density R4 will actually mean moving forward. Same thing, how are we defining low, medium, and high density as we move forward? And especially in the context of, say, the surrounding buildings, R2, R3. So that's really my question for consideration of the committee. Thank you all.
Thank you. Daria, you can unmute yourself. Christian, you're on deck, and Paul, we just lost Paul. Okay, Daria.
Hi, I already have sent written testimony to you. I just wanted to add a couple things that I heard, based on things that I heard tonight. And that is, somebody asked where we need housing, and where we need housing is everywhere. Also, as to comments about neighborhoods needing to hear about things in advance, I would like to point out that organizations that are elected from volunteers are not democratically representing the neighborhoods that they claim to speak for, and you should bear that in mind when you are considering such feedback. That's all I have in addition to my written testimony. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Is it Christian? Christian Roseland, and then Paul Flynn on deck.
Thank you so much. My name is Christian Roseland. I live at 842 Hope Street. Oh, that's Roselund. I live at 842 Hope Street, apartment 3 in Providence, and I am the Ward 3 coordinator for Providence Urbanist Network. We promote more housing, more density, more mixed use, and more non-car transportation options, in case you haven't figured that out from the testimony of PUN members already here. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. Rents increased 23% last year, and the rent burden affects about half of the people living in the city. The only way out is to build more housing. And in your case, for the work of the City Plan Commission, to allow more housing to be built. Restrictive zoning is a significant barrier to building the housing that we need. So to comment on this draft land use chapter, now that I've put that in context, I want to thank the work of the Planning Commission and the work that they've done on the draft land use chapter. We support the move from R2 to R3. We support the move from R3 to R4 in some neighborhoods. We believe that this allows for more of the gentle density, which would be ideal. And, you know, for those people who don't like big, dense apartment buildings, we wouldn't need to build as many of those if we allowed more gentle density in more of our neighborhoods. We also appreciate the call for more infill housing, including in the managed growth areas. However, I am greatly concerned that the language on page 8 suggests keeping restrictions in existing zoning in the managed growth areas, and that could undo the goal of attempting to build more infill housing. Because let's be clear that we're going to need to make changes to the existing zoning code if we want to be able to build a lot of this gentle density. One prominent example would be that we're going to need smaller lot sizes if we want to affordably be able to build row houses for home ownership. So I would caution you to watch for changes that could inhibit that language in here that could inhibit the goal of building more infill housing. But I think part of the problem is also that density is generally being limited here to neighborhoods that are already fairly dense, and often to neighborhoods that have high portions of low-income people and people of color. This is a problem that comes from the strategy map. It, in fact, does limit growth to the managed growth area in some neighborhoods with good services and near transit, such as the neighborhood I live in, the Summit neighborhood, where we have a lot of land that's right off of North Main on the R line, the most frequent bus line in the state, that has corner stores, that has, CVS and Walgreens, that has banks nearby, and yet it's being kept in managed growth. We find this inappropriate. We think that you should either put more neighborhoods into the enhanced growth category, such as Summit, or, and maybe this is and/or, remove the language on page 8, which could later hamstring your efforts to reform zoning. I do want to note that in general, I think that I do support much of the work that has been done, though, in the rest of this map. I also want to make a quick note on those people who have spoken and claimed that there has not been enough community input. We've had lots of community input on the goals of this plan. We've had a tremendous amount of feedback. There were 66 people who showed up to the comp plan meeting in Ward 3. Those people spoke. We spoke in favor of more housing and more affordability. And so the people who claim to speak for neighborhoods from organizations that are not democratically elected, I think you can take their complaints as complaints that they are not able to have a disproportionate say in the outcome of this plan. And I encourage you to stick to your mission, to stick to the work that you're doing, and to stick to the progress that you're making. Thank you.
Thank you. That seems to be the last person online. Yes. Wow. I'm surprised.
It is 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, I will simply say that I think these are all very constructive comments.
There was a lot of.
I took a lot of notes here. I have a lot of information to process, so we'll be back with more on this.
Okay. With that, I want to thank everyone for sticking around. Sorry about the late hour. Thank you, commissioners. Again, thank you, staff. Some people were congratulating us on the work. It's not us. It's Tim, it's Alexis, it's Troyan, it's Lev, it's Bob, and it's all of their teams. And the attorneys obviously chime in on this because it has to be legal. So it's a lot of work that goes on in the background to make this happen, and I want to thank you guys immensely for this. It's great work product, and let's keep it going. With that, anyone care to make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? All right, thank you, everyone. See you next month.